Hello everybody, how's it going? It is Wednesday and we are less than 2 days out. What's up, Crook? So, today's probably going to be my last day that I'm going to play before League launch. I'll probably post a video tomorrow going over this character and all the updates to POB. Speaking of which, I did make some changes. I was running some numbers this morning, looking at some of the stuff we did yesterday, and I believe that I've made the build slightly better. And I will pull up POB and we can go over that real quick here. Okay, so first of all, cleaned up the notes a little bit. I updated all the Atlas trees to the new 3.26 tree. The most notable thing about what I did with the Atlas trees, and I think this is probably going to be mandatory no matter what tree you're running once you have enough points, is grabbing a particular new feature of the memory threads. So I'm going to pull up my tree right here so we can look at this. And I'll swap over to that. Got to Act 10 Kitava, forgot to do any of my ascendancies. Nice, Crix. Well, I guess that says something about the leveling for the build, for sure. Alright, let me swap over to Chrome here and we'll talk about this real quick. So, this cluster up here on the new Atlas tree, I think is going to be mandatory no matter what you're doing. Grasp the Pass. Sir Gog was talking about this on one of his videos. So the number of memory shards on equipment items found in your maps has a 50% chance to be lucky, as well as just additional chance for memory influence and items to have it. So I think no matter what tree you're running, because this is going to be, I think, really OP for crafting gear, especially if you go SSF, but even in trade, I think this is just, you have to take this cluster on no matter what tree you're running. Essentially. So I updated all my Atlas trees and the notes to the 3.26 Atlas tree, but most of the ones that have like a lot of points in them are taking this cluster now because I think it's going to be very important. Going back to the POB, I ran the numbers, and I don't think Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm is doing much for us. The new Val Cyclone, was there updated gem info? Oh no, there was in the patch notes, right? Now is a 15% increased area effect, previously 10, that's the same as the others. It looks like it's just the same AoE increase that the other Cyclones got. Was there anything else they added to it besides that? Because it looks like they just increased the AoE like they did on Cyclone and Cyclone of Tumult. The reason I'm not a big fan of Val Cyclone is two reasons. One is I like to run Val Molten Shell on my build, so I have that button to press when I get a big hit. And the other one is Val Cyclone stops you, and you suck a bunch of enemies in, which is fun, but I don't like to be stuck in place, because when you use that ability and you get stuck in place, if anything scary happens, you can't get out of it very easily. But if they made different changes besides the same AoE increase that the other variations of Cyclone got, I'd be interested to see that. Don't you think Sword Cyclone will be better? I think it'll probably do more damage, but it's not going to be near, it won't ever be as tanky as my build. And I try to scale defense. I like to have a tanky Cyclone. So what I did was Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm isn't actually, I think, doing much for us because we're not scaling LE damage or fire damage the way Jung is doing in his build. Let me read that over again. It looks like, yeah, I mean, the AoE might be crazy, but I might get a Val Cyclone and play with it and see what it feels like. It's definitely worth testing. That is interesting. So Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm, I don't think was simming properly for us because we're not scaling LE damage. It appears that if we just run Sunder, like we were doing while leveling, it's actually going to give us more damage over Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm. So I've swapped to Sunder in the tree for all the in-game variations of the build. It's just better damage. Yeah, see, the problem with Val Cyclone is it makes you full stop, and you just act like a vacuum cleaner and suck up mobs, which is fun, and it's good for like playing a support to grab mobs for other characters, but I might play around with it, but I don't know if I'll actually run it. Jung's bait build looks like bait, looks fun. Yeah, unfortunately we can't do Blade Flurry with staves. So yeah, I think his build is, on paper, it's really nice. So I've swapped Asunder over in the trees. It appears to be doing better damage. Herald of Ash, when you sim it, actually isn't doing much of anything for us. I think just running Pride is way better. The other thing I did, I feel like there was something else I did with the trees here. I cleaned up the Atlas. Yeah, we're not using that. I cleaned up the notes. I updated the Atlas trees. Oh yeah, I added a little bit in here about, I've seen a video on this and some comments. It might be interesting trying out a link skill with the mastery that makes your movement speed match to that of a linked ally. This might let us negate Tolmot's downside without having to run Stampede. So it is possible that if we build a tanky mercenary and we build up their movement speed, we can just link them and add a gem socket to somewhere in our setup, and then we don't have to use Stampede. Yeah, Young, that's what I'm talking about, right? So I think that could be interesting. Otherwise, I think defensive aura, like Determination. Like you can see right now, here's our crit build, our crit flavor. So we're doing really good damage. I did add that tree in yesterday for a more tanky crit version of the build. You lose, you lose quite a bit of damage, but you do gain like several thousand fizz hit back. But say you wanted to play like a super tanky version of my crit build, you could run a rare helm over Abyssus, gain all that fizz hit back, and then if you run a mercenary with determination, you can see that we now go up to like 26,000 fizz hit. So I think running determination as a defensive aura on our mercenary is just gonna round out our defenses nicely, as well as you could potentially just run a rare helm. You lose some damage, but I mean 17 million damage is more damage than you'll ever need for everything outside of Juice T17s and Uber Pinnacle bosses. Sunder appears to be doing better damage than Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm. We're not scaling LE damage in our build, so Sunder appears to just be a better skill to run on our General's Cry setup. If we were doing like a Jung did and we're scaling like LE damage, then I think it would sim better. But we're doing actual less damage using that. In my build at least, since I'm a Fizz DPS build with Impale and Crit. So those are the updates that I've made. Seen your comment on Wave of Conviction, but I don't see any changes on it aside from recording the tags unless the changes are scaling. Yeah, so I have a completely cooked like half-baked idea for what I would do with Wave of Conviction on a cast-on crit Starcaller Cyclone build. But until POB updates and I can sim numbers, I'm really not going to put a lot of effort into it, at least for right now. You don't have a video how to craft a body armor with the apply curse and plus critical. Yeah, I didn't make a video on it, Pixie, because I ended up just buying the chest. There was several, every league, people craft several of those and put those on trade, and I picked it up for like 20 or 25 divine. But I'm still not sure if I'm going SSF or trade. If I go trade, I'm probably just going to buy the chest and sink all of my currency into crafting a better weapon, like I did in 3.25. Making your weapon is the most important thing to do. The chest is like the second thing you want to go for. So if I play trade, I'm going to put all of my money into my staff, and I'm probably going to get the chest. I won't craft it. I'll probably just pick it up. If I play SSF, then I'm going to have to craft it, and while I craft it on stream, I'll cut that up and make a video on it and post it on YouTube. But I'm probably not going to do anything in advance. Excuse me. At this point, I'm going to play today, do a little bit on this character. I'm going to post an update video probably tomorrow, but I'm taking tomorrow off. I'm not playing the game tomorrow. I'm not doing any POB stuff. I'm completely stepping away from the game for like at least a day or so. And I'm going to clear my head, do some real life stuff, sleep in on Friday, and go in fresh Friday. I really don't want to do any PoE stuff tomorrow. I want to give myself a little bit of a break just so I can appreciate the expansion on Friday. You want to play Golemancer, Napper? Yeah, I think Golemancer would be fun for sure. So because we've gone Sunder back on our Cyclone here, I have picked up the blue MTX again, and we're using the blue Sunder ability, which looks really dope, the Glimmerwood. I did swap my gear around in terms of running Sunder. I also anointed Titanic Impacts. This gives us like almost 50% crit multi. So I think I'm doing better damage now, running Pride with Sunder on my setup and running a shit ton of crit multi on the amulet. So we're going to do a combination of farming some boss maps today and doing some Blight. I did run some Blight a little bit today before work, just to get some maps saved up for stream. So I got a bunch of Blight maps just from running the Blight mechanics, so I could do this on stream today. So I'll run some Blight maps. We're going to do some bossing. I'd like to, at the very least on stream today, go kill Uber Elder, so we get our third Void Stone. And if I can farm up enough frags for Maven, we'll do Maven too. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to do all that today before I log off. I do have one more day of work I got to go through tomorrow, so. And I got a bunch of other stuff I'm doing tomorrow, so I can enjoy my weekend and not have to worry about any real life stuff. The one thing I'm trying to get also is I really would like to get the General's Cry buff on the boots. That would be a lot of damage. How far do you think it can go? I'm not sure, Napper. I'd have to POB out. I'm gonna see you on Minecraft at 3 AM on Thursday. Maybe Young. Maybe. Thoughts on infused channeling support? Buff from 8 to 12%. I think if you got the coloring for infused channeling, it's worth running. And I was considering like running it later on because it's a nice source of DR. But we'll see. I used your League starter. You put a great work doing this build. Thanks. Yeah, no problem, Pixie. Do you have a leveling filter or use one from someone? I have my own filter. I have a video on it on my channel. However, I think hopefully Filter Blade will have their stuff tomorrow. I'm gonna do like a really strong pass on my filter again and update everything. And if Filter Blader is up and running tomorrow, I'll probably be posting 2 videos. One will be like my update video, doing a deep dive on the POB and showcasing this character. You know, hey, here's a second SSF character I did as a test. And then I'll probably, if I can get my filters done before Friday, then I will do a filter update video right before the league launch. You're not doing another campaign run? Actually, I'm not going to. I want to try and get my last 2 Void Stones on this character woke, because I just gotta farm up like the frags and stuff to do the bosses. So I have enough, I have half of what I need for Uber Elder, and I need a lot for Maven. But I'm trying to get the last 2 Void Stones, because I'd like to do a update video tomorrow. And I want to showcase off this character and be like, you know, hey, I did another SSF run, got my Void Stones. Here's the gear that I was able to do and stuff, and here's the changes to the build with General's Cry and whatnot. So I'm going to focus today on just doing bossing, and maybe some Blights, so I can prep that video tomorrow. I think I'm good on the campaign. I think I learned a lot leveling this character, and I have my updated POB. So I think I'm ready to blast on Friday. I did a little under 7 hours on the first SSF character a few weeks ago, and this one was like a little over 6 hours. But both times I stopped while I was leveling the character to make like a lot of adjustments, swap out gems, update my POB. My plan Friday is to follow my most revised POB as closely as possible. I'm not going to alternate. I'm going to go Cyclone, General's Cry in Act 3, and I'm going to blast all the way through the campaign. I'm not going to like try to theory craft stuff or see what might be better. I'm just going to follow my POB and level as quickly as possible, and not do what I did the first 2 times around where I was like testing things and iterating things. Thanks for the sub, Chris. Yeah, I'm gonna probably sleep in late on Friday, and my plan is to go for a really long stream on Friday. I want to get through the campaign, and I want to at least be yellow maps about to hit red maps before I finish up my stream. It'll probably go into like Saturday morning. Then I'll sleep Saturday, and then when I get back on Saturday, I'll just be hopefully blasting red maps. I am currently 50-50 on whether... Yeah, I used to do the campaign in like 11 hours. So now, if I can get it, I'd be really happy Friday if I could do the campaign in 6 hours or less. If I can do the campaign in 6 hours or less, that's like I'm very happy with that for myself. That means that's like 7 o'clock Friday night, my time, and I can start mapping and go for several hours. I'm like 50-50 right now on whether I'm doing SSF or trade. The pull to do trade is extremely strong right now, and I think there's a lot of benefits. So there's a good chance I might be playing trade on Friday and rolling with my friends, and maybe go into an SSF character or do like a hardcore SSF character, you know, 2 weeks down the road or something. So I'm gonna sleep on that the next few days and see how I feel on Friday. But yeah, let's go ahead and so we need to do Uber Elder, and Shaper one more. We need to do Elder and Shaper one more time so I can get 2 more frags to do Uber Elder. So we'll start working on that. I don't have enough maps to do full round of Elder, so we'll have to figure that out. Probably have to farm some boss maps for a little bit. Alright, let's roll these maps and let's get going here. Rumi is common item, or is it difficult to find in SSF? I found one on my first character, Pixie. I haven't found one yet on this character. I'd say it's a pretty common, unique. I think it's probably like T4 or T5. It's not super rare. Just want to say thanks for all the work on the POB. I can't wait for this league and running this build. Hey, no problem, Rogue. Hope you enjoy it. Removal of the radius on center, does that hurt the build any? Radius scan I meant? We're not using it so much for mapping Viv. We're using it to augment our single target damage. So the way I kind of look at it is like, yeah, the Sunder's nice passive kind of damage happening while I'm cycloning, but really what this build needs and what General's Cry provides is that extra boost to our single target damage, especially when I have shitty gear like this right now, you know? If this was trade, we wouldn't need it, but it really helps us when like we just don't have good gear or we're still figuring out things while we're putting stuff together. So yeah, it's really just for the single target to help us out as much as possible. Thanks, really appreciate the content. Hey, no problem. I've gotten a lot of feedback the last couple days, which has helped me make the build a lot better. So I kind of look at this as a communal effort, right? We're making Cyclone a lot better together. So it's pretty dope. GC feels like we're using old Ancestral Wharf Totem. Yeah, Zane, but like we're not actually casting it, right? So while we're mapping, I guess the argument is you do cast the Desecrate at the beginning of the boss. However, yeah, I guess it is kind of like using a totem. It is what it is. Like, unfortunately, Cyclone isn't well known for doing single target damage, and even with the buffs to Cyclone, it still needs help. It either needs a lot of gear investment to be able to get its numbers up, but if we have something like General's Cry and it does so much damage, it just makes sense to run it in the build. Maybe run a Blight maps for lucky. Oh yeah, I do have quite a few Blight maps I want to run today, but I ended up having the oils I needed to just get like a nice damage increase on our amulets. So can you do tier 17 every content with Cyclone now? I did tier 17s and all Uber Pinnacle bosses in 3.25 beat it. It did require a lot of investment in the build to be able to do T17s and Uber Pinnacle bosses comfortably. I think that cost of investment will be lower in 3.26 because we've incorporated General's Cry into the build and Cyclone as a gem skill got buffed. But it's not going to be like Volcanic snaking a Fissure or, you know, Peaconk in terms of how easily it's going to break into T17s and Uber Pinnacles. You are going to have to put some investment into it. So yes, it can do it with, you know, some investment. Where this build really shines is, you know, it's a comfortable play style. It's great for leveling. It's great for getting your Void Stones. It's great for doing your Atlas progression. And then with enough investment, you can scale it into the higher content.
One of my captives felt no emotion. He did not hesitate to inflict pain. Those I saw I feel intense, unstoppable agony.
Oh, dude, I'm really tempted to go put all these back in my hideout. Like, so many jewelers right there. You got Stampede yet on this dude? Heck no, man. I do not have Stampede. I was talking about this earlier, though. Somebody... Yeah, I went back to Sunder, so I changed up the MTX. Somebody was talking about this earlier. It's possible that if we do a Link skill on our Mercenary, and we take the Link Mastery that makes our movement speed match that of our Mercenary, that we may not need Stampede. So that's something worth testing when we get into the new league on Friday. That's league. The worst part of Cyclone was just scaling the defensive layers and making myself tankier. Yeah, that's why I was saying I think what I'm gonna do on a Mercenary is two things. I'm gonna test the Link to see if I can get my movement speed to match theirs, even while wearing Cyclone. I think the second thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to run Determination I think I'm going to run Determination on my Mercenary, because that's going to give us several thousand physical damage reduction. So I was showing this earlier on my POB right here, but if you look at our crit conversion tree, our normal crit conversion tree, we have really low physical damage reduction because we're running Abyssus, right? I did add a tree in the build that gets rid of Abyssus and runs a Rare Helm. You can see that we have, let me turn this off real quick. You can see that we have, oh, I turned off the wrong skill, sorry. We want to turn off Determination. So you can see that running a Rare Helm over Abyssus, that brings us up to 18,000 Fizz damage reduction. Now, my thought is if I run Determination on a Mercenary as our support aura, now we have 26,000 Fizz damage reduction. You do lose some damage not running Abyssus. However, if we swap back to, say, the crit conversion tree, and we add Determination on from a Merc, it brings us up to almost 20,000 physical damage reduction. So even if running Abyssus, we can counter a lot of the downside of Abyssus running Determination on a Mercenary. And it gives us that nice scale up on physical damage reduction, which is what this build lacks more than anything because of running Abyssus. But Abyssus brings you up 7 million damage, right? If you run the Rare Helm over Abyssus, it brings you down a lot of damage, right? Because you lose all that crit multi. So you're really incentivized to run Abyssus on a melee build. And then if we run Determination on our Mercenary, we can still run our damage auras, but it gives us that nice boost in damage reduction, which I think is going to be very useful. So it's something worth testing out when we get to Friday. And I think, like, honestly, for my build, like you just said, scaling defense is what you really want later on in the game. So I think turning our Mercenary into just more of a support that, you know, fixes problems with the build, like potentially the movement speed with Tumult, the physical damage reduction. I think that stuff is going to help us out. More than anything. This guy does have energy shield, so we got to kind of deal with that, unfortunately. We stood in that way too long. Rip. Can I bait him over here? Yep, here he comes. Oh, unfortunately, he gains back all of that,
This is the key to a crucible.
Why you think put an Ice Golem early crit? You think it's help? Ice Golem could help you with your crit, yeah. Yeah, that guy, so he had endurance charges and he had a bunch of ES. So it was a little tanky. It was a little tanky. Ooh, interesting amulet. If Merc can survive easily and we can give them 2 Calm Sign and ambush charge for free endurance charges plus determination, our defenses should be pretty solid. Yeah, the question, Zane, right, is like how do we build the Merc so that it can survive easily? So I agree with you. I think like giving it like the only thing I would say about that though is I don't think the endurance charge is worth scaling on the Merc, only because we take Smashing Strikes, which gives us endurance charges when we crit, and because we're going to scale our crit up to a point where we're critting all the time and Cyclone does so many attacks per second, I don't think like we need the Merc for endurance charging. So we may be able to find other uniques that help us out with defense. Because this node is worth taking simply because we get 30% increased damage and also 30% increased strike chance. So it's kind of worth like taking this anyways, because it does give us some nice damage. And we're already in this area because we're picking up Whirling Barrier for our block. And we're obviously going to grab Counterweight for the crit multi. But yeah, I like how you're thinking. Like basically, what are things that we can do with the Merc to build out our defenses? Because that's essentially the same way I'm thinking about it. Is what can we do with Merc to scale our defenses better? All right. Monsters have 6% chance of impale. That doesn't matter. Yeah. So this guy's going to be dangerous, but shouldn't be too tanky.
One of my captives refused redemption. He did not see value.
The only thing that sucks about SSF is the fact that we have to like grind out these boss map frags. It's kind of unfortunate. Beast and Harvey is kind of terrifying actually. Yeah, the other unfortunate thing about playing SSF is I haven't gotten a roomies yet, so I haven't been able to essentially... I haven't gotten roomies, so I haven't been able to really, like, capitalize on the spell block on the build. So I feel relatively good against regular attacks, but if I run into, like, a pack of monsters right now that are, like, critting and casting and stuff, it can be kind of sketch. Good thing Horizons will do something good with... Oh yeah, Horizons will be really nice on SSF. I was saying I'm really torn between like playing SSF and going trade. I'm like 50-50 right now on it because all my friends are playing trade. And quite a few of them are coming back for the expansion, so I'm really torn on what I want to do here. I'm mostly going to ignore, I think, the league mechanics right now because I'm just kind of heading to the boss room so I can get the frags to do Shaper. Oh, we really need to roll our flasks better too. That's kind of the other thing I want to work on. Our flasks need a lot of love. My flask setup is actually like terrible right now. Thanks for all the work on the PB, Sanavi, sent a sub viewer. Oh yeah, I saw Hector. Thank you. Yeah, all the subs and follows have been amazing, you guys. The Twitch primes and stuff, it's bananas. We will take these maps though. Even the low level one. Soul Eater, my favorite dude. With life regen. Always fun. Alright. I hate this guy because he moves around so much. And I'm trying to... It's a little awkward with General's Cry because I'm trying to position my my corpses. You got to be within a certain radius of your corpses in order to get like your clones to spawn on General's Cry. So it's a little... It can be a little weird.
that stretches the sanity of the mind.
Thoughts on new golem for campaign? I think for the campaign there's some worth in running the golems for sure. I do think there's worth in running golems in the campaign. The problem is they die so easily, right? And we don't invest in any minion stuff, so it can be kind of hard to keep them alive. They definitely are useful while they're up and they provide the buff though. I just don't like, anytime anything scary happens, they're gonna fall over like instantly. And it's just like, that never feels good. Ooh, damage reduction. Golems are fine to yellow maps. Yeah, they stay alive. Where's the boss that drops Star Collar? That's gonna be in the next league on Friday. We haven't seen that guy yet. He doesn't exist right now. Still getting really high MS, and I'm not sure why.
One of my captives.
Die easily, and the other issue is gem pressure. Good thing. Yeah. The problem with golems is just like they have a tendency to fall over super easy if you don't have like minion investment, and then you have to like recast them because you're not an elementalist. And we're already kind of tight on gems as it is, like sockets on our gear. It's fine while you're leveling because like we're not going to have all of our socket links filled out and stuff, and even when you get to maps, I'm just curious how well those survive. Oh, it's one of the new bosses? Yeah, one of the new bosses drops Star Collar for the new expansion. I forget which one. If that's even... we even know that yet. Hello there, how was your day? If you play Trade League, you can get great example for new players. Yeah, Ejector, that's what I'm thinking. Like, the thing with playing Trade is there's a couple benefits to it. The first one is I get to play with my friends, which is the most important thing. But then it does give me a chance to scale the build out so I can like show it to new players, which I think, you know, obviously I'll be able to scale it out way quicker than if I was playing SSF. So like day 4 or 5 of Trade League, I'm gonna have a much better, well put together character than you're seeing right now, because I'm gonna have, you know, like you're looking at my character right now, and I don't have 6 links. My like I don't have 6 links right now for any of my abilities. I don't have the right implicits. Like I don't have the General's Cry damage boost on my boots right now. I just like my gear is not optimized correctly. My flasks aren't rolled right. All these things are solved on Trade. By day 4 or 5 of Trade, I have 2 6 links. I have, you know, a much higher physical damage staff than this. I have I probably have 20 gems at that point, not just level 20, but also 20 quality. Like, I can scale the build way quicker on Trade, and then I can demo what that looks like. It said it in the reveal. Okay, it's the Incantation of Fear. Gotcha. So the benefit for Trade is, and I said this to someone last night, what you're seeing right now is me playing an SSF, right? This is the lowest version of the build. This is like, I'm playing the build with gear I'm crafting and finding, and this is not what I would say you should expect on Trade if you're pretty decent at the game and you can ramp and put a character together, because I'm limited right now to what I find in the game. So this is it, like it's a lower point of viewing the build, and it can still do like all the content. Your thoughts on using Sword or new Axe or Cyclone? I don't like using Sword or Axe because I like my build skills block. That's what I like to do in my build. Obviously, you're not seeing me scale block right now because I don't have a roomies, so I can't really scale my spell block the way I would. I kind of you really do kind of rely on a roomies early on to get your spell block and attack block to 65%. But I like doing that on this build because it makes me feel tanky. I think Champion is a really bad way to play Cyclone. I think your damage is going to be way less than Slayer, especially on a league start. And I think it's going to take all the stacks of fortification you can get to make Champion comparable in damage to Slayer. I think Champion is going to be far tankier, but I think that its damage is going to be terrible compared to Slayer. Like, really bad, especially the first few days of the league. You're going to be doing way less damage than what you see right here. And this is an SSF character. My SSF character right now is going to be infinitely more, do way better damage than your champion ever could on trade. Until maybe you get all of the stuff to scale fortification and a perseverance and really high armor and evasion. And then maybe, but I still think once you kit out a Slayer, it's going to have a higher damage output. So I think all you're getting from Champion at the end of the day is a tankier character that will probably do less damage, but will be better for bossing. Like, I think Champion Cyclone with investment will be a great bosser. It'll do less damage, but you're going to die, like, not nearly as often. That's basically my thoughts on Champion. If I play SSF and I get the uniques, I'll probably try to put something together, but I probably won't because I'm not going to get a replica badge on SSF. And if I play trade, I might buy it, and I'll probably buy it and try it out. It just depends on how ridiculously expensive those things will be because everyone's going to be play Champion. I kind of don't like the hexproof. I like having the crit bonus, to be honest. I don't think LE weakness matters because we're over on all of our elemental resistances, so that doesn't really do anything.
One of my captives wore many faces, yet kept her true face.
Yeah, the real problem I have with Champion as a league starter, not talking about like potentially it being great with when you gear it out and everything, is all you're getting is damage ascendancies that are less than Slayer, and the scaling of fortification that you get from the tree is like 18% increased attack speed without the uniques. So you just have a much weaker, a considerably much weaker Cyclone character that may be tankier, but is just going to do like at best maybe half the damage that my SSF character can do right now. And it's not going to have 20% coal. It's not going to have increased AoE from strike range from the meter strike. It's just not good. It's just not good to play Champions Cyclone on league start. That's like the #1 question I keep getting is like, what do you think about Champion? And I'm like, it may be good later on as a bosser. Definitely not as a league starter. What's your current additional melee range? Trying to get an idea of how much bigger Cyclone is going to be. I'm not sure. I'd have to open up my card in a second and see if it says. Let me see if I can open up my card real quick. Cyclone. Skill area of effect modifier 124%. Doesn't really tell me much. I guess just 124%, but that's from passives on the tree too. Appreciate the detailed POB. Looking forward to some spin to win, potentially having the ability to try out Starfall depending on how it is. Yeah, no problem, Chase. Yeah, I don't see anywhere where it like tells me my strike range. All I see is skill area of effect 124%. I'd probably have to import my character to POB to see what that actually looks like in terms of AoE radius, because it would do the math for me. Yeah, I'm honestly very interested in whether we can link our Mercenary and bypass the negation of running the Cyclone of Tumult with the less movement speed. That's actually going to be like pretty huge, because then we can run a rare pair of boots with the General Cry implicit from the Eldritch, and that's a ton of damage added to the build. That's like a lot of damage we can add to the build. What's up, GB Killa? It's been a minute. Oh, I need to run yellow mouse so I can see my cursor, because that's annoying. Yeah, so we're seeing, you know, I'm getting chunked a little bit there because I don't have that spell block yet on this character. I can't scale it right now. Alright, this is my least favorite of the Guardians. I typically die here, so let's see how this goes. I don't even have my clones up right now. Yeah, there you go. The nice thing to using that blue sunder effect, is I can easily tell if my clones are doing damage. How do I have destroy? You talking about destroy corpses, Marat? I found it. Level 90 RT loadout has 70% area from just the Cyclone skill. Another 70% is going to be kind of wild. Yeah. Are you doing like AoE scaling on your version? Did I see the whole list of gem changes post an hour ago? Oh yeah, they typically post the gem info just a few days before the league. Someone was asking me like, is Path of Building going to be updated before Friday? And it's not, and that's typically because GGG will post the gem info like today, and it does take like sometimes a week or so for them to update everything. You can opt into like development mode and get like beta versions as they do their updates pushed to your client, but yeah, they won't have like probably an official release until sometime next week with all the updates. How's Cyclone looking as a league starter? Debating between this and Elementalist Golem stuff. So this is my second character sick, and so far, yeah, I've done Atlas progression. I'm working on getting boss map frags to do my last 2 Void Stones. It's I'm playing like a private league right now, SSF. So it's a little bit slower getting my Void Stones because A, I'm not super fast when I play this game, and you have to farm the frags, right? So just trying to get an idea based on the buff to the Cyclone gem. Gotcha, Kraz. Yeah, I think like it's gonna be crazy playing this on the weekend. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm gonna be playing in a smallish 10-person private league. Gotcha. Yeah. I updated my POB, so it's in the if you do the command exclamation POB, you can grab that. Actually, I don't think I updated Nightbot, so let me do that real quick so you have the latest POB. Because it's in the description of my YouTube video for people watching there, but I didn't update Nightbot, so let me do that real quick. Okay, let me test out the command. Yep, so that is my latest POB. I played Cyclone a lot in the past and love the playstyle, but the new Golem stuff looks so juicy. Is this the one from the 7th or a newer one than that? This is my latest POB, Kraz. So I've made some updates. I can go over those real quick for those that are just tuning in. So on the POB, I've added a few things. We now swap to Cyclone and Generalist Cry sometime in Act 3 once you do Library. And then you're going to use Cyclone and Generalist Cry for the rest of the game. I adjusted the 90 Resolute Technique tree. I dropped Cane of Kolomak because I don't know how expensive that's going to be with the changes to Betrayal. So I put a crafted staff in here. This staff is actually worse If you look at this staff right now, it's 594 physical DPS. And if you look at my weapon in this test character in my private league doing SSF stuff, I actually have a 660 physical DPS. So very realistic staff in there that anyone should be able to pick up on trade or craft. And then I also dropped the cluster jewel setup that had Overlord simply because that's going to be expensive too. And instead we're getting our Fortify from our chest like I'm doing right now on my character on stream. So this tree is now way less expensive because we got rid of those two expensive items. So basically you're just spending some money on a Stampede and roomies, which nobody uses. The rest is just gear you can craft. And you're still doing like, yeah, okay damage for like white and yellow maps, even some red maps. But you really should go crit. When you go crit, you're doing a lot more damage with our, obviously because it's a crit build. There are some expensive items on here that you don't have to run. They just add, you know, damage, right? So you could drop Light of Meaning. You're still doing considerable damage, and that's the most expensive thing on the tree or on this loadout. But I did add a physical damage reduction version of crit conversion. So for people that want a tankier crit build but don't want to run Abyssus, you can drop Abyssus and run this loadout. You're going to do less damage. However, you're going to gain back like 6,000 physical max hit. So I did provide this for people that want a little tankier crit version. And then, yeah, that's basically the... Oh, and then I updated the notes section. So we have a lot of stuff in the notes section here. Frequently asked questions, leveling, crafting, regexes. I updated all my Atlas trees to the new 3.26 trees. And then some ideas for what we can do with mercenaries at the bottom here. I'll flesh this out a little bit. Maybe today, later on stream. So that's basically what I've done with the POB. What are your thoughts on Slayer versus Champion for Cyclone? Champion might be great for bossing in the late game, but there's nothing better than playing Slayer for Cyclone on a league start. On a league start, you 100% want to play Slayer. Yeah, no problem, Rebellious. That's what, you know, you can make decisions. Thanks, Bloss and Alex, for the follows. Much appreciated. I was joking around with somebody, like, you've got Mathil playing Pizza Sticks, I'm playing Cyclone, you got Jung playing Reeve. It's basically like 2017, right? We've gone back in time. No problem, Viv. I'm excited too. Hey brother, do you have any alternate skill suggestions to Spec Throw and Sunder? I used to run Frostblades, Dante, during the leveling for Act 1, but Frostblades got its projectiles gutted, which makes like it feel good. You can really just do whatever you want in Act 1. I think Spectral Throw is probably the most efficient for leveling, but you can do whatever you want. Sunder, unfortunately, is just the best melee skill until you make the swap to Cyclone. It's just going to do the most damage. It's going to feel the best. But if you don't like the play style, you could maybe play some other slam skill. My POB is laid out as if you're playing like a two-hander with Sunder. So if you deviate too much from that, you're going to have to kind of do your own thing till you go Cyclone. I think one of the most fun leagues I played was Delirium when I did Hollow Palm Cyclone. Yeah, dude, Hollow Palm. I'm excited that GC and the buffs allow swapping to Cyclone so early. Not a huge slam fan. Yeah, I feel you, Kraz. Fortunately, because GC solves our single target during the campaign, and it really helps us out with like rounding out Cyclone. Cyclone takes a minute to feel good. It doesn't really feel good at low level, but Genoa's Cry makes it so that we can make the swap, and I think it's actually quicker than playing Sunder, because you can kind of just spin through and kill mobs, and the Sunder does so much heavy lifting for you. I've heard you say that you're a minion person at heart. What minions are your favorite? Dude, so I played Skelly Mage, like the caster mages for the longest time. I played like the caster, like I played Skelly Mages for league after league after league. League after league after league. I did see the new channeling gem, Reaper. I'm not sure. I think if I was going to swap out a gem in my build, like right now, you got to run Impale when you go crit. you got to run Pulverize and Shockwave. So I think you'd maybe drop Brutality. I think Melee Fizz is better than Brutality, because if you happen to have some like LE damage mods on your staff while you're progressing, Brutality takes away that damage, whereas Melee Fizz keeps it. And if you wanted to run like a blue color, it's probably worth like Infused Channeling or the new Focus Channeling. I'm probably going to test out Focus Channeling and see what it feels like damage-wise over something like Brutality, because that does give you the option, like on the off chance if you have some kind of LE damage on your staff and it's still good, you don't lose that benefit with Brutality. Splitting Steel isn't horrible early if you really don't like Sunder. Oh, that's a good suggestion, John. Yeah, Splitting Steel is actually great. And the nerfs that happen to it have nothing to do, like, won't impact leveling the gem early on and stuff. But it'll still feel just as good. Appreciate the POB and all the work. Excited to spin to win. Yeah, so am I. Alright guys, I'm going to use the restroom real quick and then we'll do a Shaper. I died to Shaper endlessly last night because I was extremely tired, and I say this all the time. I am not the best player in the world. I'm just an average player, so I play really bad. So I'll probably die a lot again to Shaper. We have more damage than we did last night, but yeah. Hopefully we can just kill this guy and get a frag, but I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Alright, so let's keep in mind, I don't have 6 links, I don't have any quality on my support gems, I don't have the right implicits really on my gear, my flasks aren't optimized, so we'll see what this looks like. This should be very different than when you guys are doing this on trade, or potentially when I do this on trade, Friday, Saturday. But we'll see what this looks like on this SSF bro. It's kind of crazy that I haven't seen a 6-link drop yet. I played multiple SSF test characters in the last like 2 or 3 weeks, and I've gotten like several 6-links to drop, but I haven't seen a single one on this guy. Even a corrupted one. It's almost insane.
Turn back, trespasser.
Thanks, Viv. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. I'm really weak right now to those spell hits without my spell block being scaled. That's another reason why trade is so appealing. Like, I'll have like my attack and spell block maxed out with versatile very quickly, and that just feels so good on this build. Yeah, I feel like damage is a lot better. It's just like my defenses aren't great because I don't have a way to mitigate spell damage right now. But yeah, damage does feel better for sure. Oh, I hate this guy. He's like particularly bad because he does the AoE crap. And he gets his freaking energy shield recharge.
This will not go unpunished.
You to teleport? Of course. Oh, you didn't teleport too far away.
This is your final warning.
I wish Shaper you didn't have to do 4 portals. Yeah. For some reason, Elder just feels so much easier. I think it's just the dot damage from his abilities are so, like... they're so painful to deal with. Thanks, Rebellious and Ellie, for those subs. Much appreciated. And also, like, if you're, like, actually good at this game and not playing dumb like I do, it's a lot better. Have you seen the Power Siphon Totem build? Looks kind of sick. I have not. That sounds kind of cool, actually. That's why I really like Frostblink. Such a good ability.
Inconsequential.
Is 80% crit chance from the Bleeding Mastery not worth it? It's along your path. I haven't looked at that. I'll take a look at it later. You remind me. 80% crit, if we can effectively get it, is always worth it. That's kind of the other problem with this SSF character right now, is my crit multi-scaling is all fucked up. I really don't have enough crit multi, or at least like what I'd like to have right now. But that's like SSF life, right? Like until you craft the gear and get it, it just kind of is what it is. I always go the wrong way. Ooh, can I jump this? Yes, we can. Still Sunder with GC, not Tectonic. Yeah, I did the numbers, and it looks like, because we're not doing any kind of LE scaling, it looks like Sunder is just going to be better for this build, right? At least that's what POB is telling me. We gain several million more damage later on just running Sunder. Jung was doing like LE scaling on his build, and I think that's why Tectonic made so much sense. Oh my gosh. I hate this stuff. Yeah, I didn't jump soon enough. Dude. That's what we call a skill issue. Not the best place to put those, but it is what it is. Yeah, the numbers is why we go Sunder, definitely not for the MTX. Oh, well, look. The Glimmerwood Sunder is amazing, I'm not gonna lie. It's actually pretty dope. Not the best placement for him right now. Oh, we got a ball right now, this is gonna suck.
Imperfect.
Yeah, keep in mind, if you're like a better player at this game than me, this is goes probably a lot smoother. Gotta actually avoid things in this game. Brutality is going to give you more damage than Infuse. Infuse does give you damage reduction. So it just kind of like depends. I'm going to play around with different gems when I get to maps on Friday and see like what feels good. I want to try the new focus channeling gem and see what its damage is like in comparison, because I was talking about this earlier. When you go Brutality, if you have any kind of LE damage rolls on your staff, you lose the benefit of those when you use Brutality, even if you have a good Fizz DPS staff. Whereas if we run like the new focus channeling or infused channeling, we don't lose potentially like an LE damage roll on a staff that otherwise has good Fizz damage, and then we can like capitalize on both while you're, you know, trying to craft better and better staffs.
I cannot lose them.
They lie to you, Father. I'm your true memory.
I'm your true memory. I can't wait for the return of Zana.
Must be sacrificed.
Evil Zana is going to be amazing.
We need to put...
Alright, we want to put this as far down here as possible.
Come to me.
This is going to suck because we just got an orb that spawned over here.
I can't do this just yet.
Ooh, we ate that. Jeez. I really need you to move, Shaper. Can you help me out here? Alright, there we go. Much better damage than yesterday. Much better damage. Focus channeling will work even though it's not a spell, just because it has the channeling tag. Yep, Graz. That is the case. I want Mommy Zana to step on me. Yeah. Alright. We can use Harvest to reroll this to the frag we need, so that's kind of whatever. Alright, so now we just gotta farm up some Elder maps. We gotta do another Elder, get its other frag, and then we can do Uber Elder. Recover 4% of energy shield when you block. Spicy. Yeah. Crit rings would be nice too right now, for sure. Alright, how much does it cost to reroll one of these guys? Do I have enough juice to do some harvest maybe? Oh, we got plenty of juice. Change Shaper Frag into other one, right? Wrong base type. Oh, it's the good ones, yeah. Okay, cool. Alright, so we just need our other Elder Frag now. I really wish this was the weekend, because we could use those Orb of Horizons to flip these. It's so unfortunate. Because I need Enslavers and Eradicators. So we're going to have to do our boss map tree, where we're playing Destructive Play with Maven Witness, and hopefully get some Elder maps here. We'll just take Scarabs. More Scarab drop. Alright, let's run some maps. What hasn't Maven witnessed yet? Infested Valley is always a vibe. Academy is actually not a bad one. Temple's fine too. I'm sure you've been asked this already, so my apologies, but have you looked at a potential Facebreaker setup? Actually, no one's really asked me about that. I have not, to answer your question. leap. When when your character does a leap slam that far, it always looks kind of ridiculous. So I just want to reiterate, guys, that was Shaper with no 6 links and with unoptimized gear. So just keep in mind that your experience could be a lot different on trade. You have access to much better gear, etc. Better flash setup, better implicits on your gear.
You die rather well.
Not sure how bad range-wise if feel versus staves. Yeah. She's a little unfortunate because, like, she just keeps channeling that crap on you. Also, a much easier crafted weapon with a chains regardless of trade SSF. Yeah, that is true. Although, was that for staves, or wasn't it just wands, scepters? Was it? I think war staves are unaffected because they already roll like attack mods, versus like regular staves. But like we use war staves on this build, so I don't think it affects us directly with because we use a war stave with that particular change. It's always nice to see an ethical or unoptimized look at a build. That's so like. Someone was saying yesterday that like my damage was horrible or something, and I was like, look, I'm doing this on SSF to show people like you can play this build without any access to gear or trade, and you can do all the league starter content, right? So then take this character and give it 6 links, give it, you know, good gems, give it better implicits on its gear, give it better rolled flasks, you know, give it better gear with better stats. So this is like a really like unoptimized version of what I got going on, just to show people like, hey, this is doable. And it's also like, because you know I'm testing for myself if I want to do SSF, so I have a good idea of what this feels like. You have a special filter for this build. I had a general filter with sound files I was using in 3.25, but hopefully if Filter Blade updates tomorrow, I'm going to make like a very specific filter for this build. If I go SSF, it's going to be pretty granular. If I go trade, I'll probably keep some stuff in there. Because like a good way to make money early on is to ID good item bases. And if you get lucky and they have the right stuff on there, you can dump them in like a 10 chaos stash tab or something, right, for sales, just to pick up easy currency. So if I play trade, I usually keep my loot filter a little loose, because I want to ID those good bases, like usually what you see drop in red maps, just because if you hit something nice, you can throw it in a tab and maybe sell for 10C or 20C or something like that. But if I make like an SSF filter, it's going to be pretty strict, at least initially, for what I'm doing. Eversync said that his filters won't go live until a few hours before league start. Oh, if that's the case, I'll update my filters, but I probably won't have a video with the updated filters until over the weekend, because I'm not doing anything but just like leveling and mapping on Friday. And then Saturday I'm probably going to push mapping again too. So if it's not out tomorrow, I probably won't have a video on my filters until maybe Sunday. The first 2 days I'm going to do nothing but just like power level and power map and push as hard as I can. But if somehow there's like some kind of update tomorrow, then I'll have a video out before league launch. Yeah, so I definitely think Sunder with Pride on our build just feels better damage-wise. And I'm not gonna lie, I really do like the Glimmerwood MTX for Sunder. You can do either, Doug. Sunder is really good at leveling. It's pretty efficient. I did put in the notes on my POB that you can go Cyclone and General's Cry in the 30s, and that's how I have my leveling loadouts. It does require you to have a really good physical DPS staff. So you want to make sure that when you make the swap to Cyclone, you don't have to use a staff right away. You can use your axe from when you were doing Sunder. However, in order to use Shockwave, you can't use an axe, so you have to eventually make the swap to something like a mace or a stave or something. Is Auto Exertion casting Sunder? Auto Exertion is casting General's Cry, and General's Cry spawns minions that then use Sunder. So you can see right now, my War Cry is going off, but nothing's happening. As long as there's corpses nearby, then when my War Cry goes off, it'll summon my minions, and then those minions use Sunder. So when you're mapping, you don't have to push any additional buttons, because your War Cry is just constantly going off. Minions will spawn and follow you, and it give you like free damage. And then when you go to do a boss, like I'm going to do right now, you just pop a few Desecrates. So it's like using totems in the past. You pop your Desecrates down, your minions are going to spawn, and then you just spin.
Did you forget you were next on my list anyway?
And then you just like, you know, loot.
You will have to cut the words from my mouth.
Yeah, I credit Jung for making me aware of it. Jung does Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm in his Cyclone build, but because we're not scaling Ellie damage, we're using Sunder. Sunder sims better for this build. I didn't look at like every possible skill we could use, so there might be a better skill than Sunder, but just at a glance, Sunder seemed to be doing enough good damage that makes sense. Probably going to struggle through using Never Sync filters until he updates Filter Blade, and then make my own since I'm playing trade anyway. Won't matter too much until maps. Yeah. Yeah, I'm 50-50 on whether I'm going trade or SSF right now. There is a fair chance that I'm going trade to play with my friends. And I might do that for like a week or two and then make an SSF character. It does give me the benefit of being able to play this character super fast. Like right now, this is me having played a couple days, also working, right? So I'm working during the day and playing right now during the week. I'm taking a week off for the league. So if I play trade and I'm just going all in for several days, like I was saying earlier, I'm going to have 2 6-links. I'm going to have a much better physical DPS weapon. I'm going to have the right implicits on my gear. I'm going to have all my flasks perfectly rolled, all within, you know, instilling orbs. I'm going to have all my kit set up. I'm going to have my roomies. I'm going to have my right annoyance. It's going to be a very different display of the build if I play it on trade, simply because I'm going to go hard for a couple days and I can scale this thing out really well. So it is appealing to me in that sense because it does let me demo things off to people so they can see what it looks like, you know, with the right investment in a trade setting. SSF is going to be a slower view of how things go, right? Like if it's trade, I can go buy these frags over the weekend. I don't have to farm these boss maps to get this, you know, so I can focus on other stuff like making currency and stuff like that. So there's like pros and cons. Unfortunately, because I'm streaming the build and people are interested, it does kind of push me towards trade. Yeah. And then there's also the fact that my friends are playing trade, right? So we might want to run maps together or do stuff. So there's just like, you know. I am going to add something real quick to Nightbot here. Okay. Yeah, so I do have my, let's see if this works now. Okay. Yep, that's working. You can make your friends jealous. Yep, it will be fun to see the chaos of everyone running mercs, dude. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be Absolutely bananas. Alright. I think I put some of those maps away that I was going to run. We'll do Ash and Wood. I think I was going to do an Academy, right? Yeah, I want to try to get these Elder maps so we can do the Conks, or Guardians I should say, and then get straight into doing Elders so we can do Uber Elder. Typically go trade, and for how long shall I go SSF because it's more rewarding making the build peak? Yeah, I really wanted to play SSF just to kind of have a slower, more enjoyable pace of the game, because trade puts a lot of pressure on you to play like super quick and constantly flip and do all kinds of stuff, and I don't know if like I get burnt out pretty easy doing that. Like I'm not an enjoyer of running T17s for like 80 divines an hour and doing all that crazy stuff like that. I really don't like that in this game. I actually like building characters in this game and watching them gain in power, and SSF is fun because like I'm having to use the game to do that, not relying on other players or other things, so it does make it feel more rewarding. But my real enjoyment comes out of making different builds and trying different things. Farming currency is not really like specifically a fun thing that I enjoy doing in this game. It's a means to an end. I don't actually get enjoyment out of farming divines. If I did, I would just go play like, you know, the fastest, most efficient build that does that. I wouldn't be making my own builds. And that's fair. You know, there's a large part of the community that doesn't want to build their own characters. They don't want to try different skills. All they want to do is play the most powerful, fastest thing so that they can farm divines. And that is one way to play the game. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just not a way that I enjoy playing the game. Do you have Explode on deck for this build? I don't see it anywhere, but watching you, it seems like those larger packs are exploding. I don't. Maybe it's just like my Sunder giving you that impression from the minions. I'm pretty sure, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, that, I don't need trial, that to get the most bosses to spawn on a Maven Witness when doing destructive play, you kind of want to full clear the map in advance. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Let's Katava. Carnage Heart? Oh, is that what it is? It's my Carnage Heart. Extra gore. Gotcha. Thanks, Joseph. You have a couple synthesis maps that we could do too, so there's that. We could roll this. It might make it pretty rippy, but I think we get better Maven frags, which would help us get towards Maven. Maven is the worst of the Void Stones to do on this build, so just keep that in mind. Maven is very scary because of her degen, and the weakest thing on this build is degen and dots. So Maven is actually incredibly rippy on this build. You're a much better player than me, it doesn't matter, but it is very possible you could waste your portals on Maven. She's just like, if you're just not good at the memory game, which I'm not, degens and stuff, like, yeah, it could be a bad time for a regular player who's not like amazing at the game. Yeah, that'll be nice. The Void and Pale stuff is kind of annoying. I don't like using that, actually. Vulnerability is not great for this build. LE doesn't matter. Damage reduction is kind of crap. This is fine. We'll see how this goes. I'm using concentrated effect right now with my General's Cry set up for the blue gem. Do a lot of degen going on right now. Kind of terrifying. Oh, we got all the fire bosses, Silo boss and Temple. Oh, we got a Putrid Cloister. Hey, not the Awakened Gem we want. Yeah, see, we got 2 frags from doing that, so it is worth to roll them. Thanks, Sen and Hale and Photon for the follows. Much appreciated. Yeah, so we're using concentrated effect right now for our setup. And more importantly, we're using the Polar Bear as our pet. Polar Bear's 50% value to the build. That 31 to attributes is kind of nice, but the rest of it sucks. Alright, so now we're halfway to having a Maven invitation. Yeah, Bear is like clutch. Can't play this without Bear. This one is the annoying one where you have to discover everything. Ugh. Yes, we do have a couple synthesized maps here. We have a lot, actually. Is it a specific one that drops the Herald ring? Well, we're not running Herald anymore, so it doesn't matter. Love Cyclone, but not sure about a league start. I'm stuck between Vortex, Proj. Vortex would be a vibe. Yeah. Something wrong. Cyclone's going to be a little bit slower, but it's going to be, I don't know. Cyclone's just comfy. I enjoy it. I have fun with it. If we can get the General's Cry roll on the boots, that would be insane damage increase. I think the problem is when we're doing our boss mapping to get Maven Witness, we can't do Eldritch, can't do both, so it's kind of unfortunate. I need like the Ickers so I can roll the boots. I love minions, so I'm still turned if I want to start Cyclone then go into minions later, vice versa. Yo, so I saw that Soul Rest got buffed, and one of my favorite builds back in the day was playing like Cyclone Soul Rest, so you could combine the two. You know, cast while channeling Soul Rest. So you get to spin and you get to summon minions. That's actually like a super fun build to play. I 100% might look into that actually. I really enjoyed that build. It's like just another version of Cyclone with friends. It's Cyclone with friends is the best way to describe it. Awaken Melee Fizz? Let's fucking go, dude. What is that nonsense? That's crazy, dude. Alright, we'll take it. Want to do Cyclone again in a league, but debating on champ as well. I would highly recommend that you don't League start as champion. You're going to do far less damage than playing Slayer. I think the hype that people are selling champion might be true for some other stuff, but it's not going to be something you want to play Cyclone on as a League starter. Maybe once you have all the gear, you know, but I feel really bad for people that are going to get baited into playing champion Cyclone on days like 1, 2, 3. They're going to have a pretty bad experience in this game, especially if they're new players. They're going to be like, why am I not doing damage? That's going to be their main question. Why am I not doing damage? Oh! What is that ring? Look at that intelligence roll. Holy shit. Yeah, this is actually kind of nuts. I guess we just slap this on our Cyclone, bro, or our Sunder. It's our big single target damage. Maybe throw some, gem cutters on there. But then again, last time I did it, I played Whispering Wind Scion. Can you explain Desecrate even as late as you are? I'm not sure to understand the mechanic. Yeah, no problem, Woke. So basically, the way it works is, if there's corpses nearby, when I use my Warcry is constantly casting like you see now because of auto exertion. But in order for Generalist Cry to work, you need to have corpses nearby. It can spawn 5 minions, but it needs 2 corpses to spawn a minion. So when you're mapping, you don't need to cast Desecrate, because as you kill things, the corpses you leave behind will spawn the minions as your Warcry goes off. But when you go to do a boss, you need to have a way to have corpses nearby. So you just throw down a couple Desecrates, and then your minions will spawn like you're seeing right now on my screen. And then your minions will use Sunder or whatever skill you link to them. Do you use Beast to level Awakened Gems for your SSF? I don't even know about that, so I'm not really like an SSF pro. So if that's a thing, that's cool to know. Why use a 2 weapon with Fizz sub only? Why do you use a 2 weapon with Fizz sub only? Trying to understand what you mean, Ball. Sorry if I'm not understanding. Yeah, no problem. Honestly, because like we're not playing this character after today, I think I just blow all of my gem cutters. 2-hand weapon with the Fizz gem. Are you asking why am I using a 2-hand weapon? With the Fizz gem. I'm still not understanding. Sorry, guys. Oh, why a second weapon with only the support gem? Gotcha. That's because I was leveling these up. And then what you do is you trade these to a vendor once they hit level 20 with gem cutters. And if you trade one of these to a vendor with a gems cutter, you get a level 1 20 quality gem, and then you can re-level it. And it's an easy way to get 20/20. But now that I got Awakened Melee Fizz, I don't need this anymore. I don't need to do that with these. I think because I'm not playing my character out today, I'm just going to use all of my gem cutters on my best thing. And just say whatever. Only with support gems. You used to be able to do it with every gem to include your main skills, and then when they buffed skill gems, you can't do it with skill gems anymore. So you can only do it with support gems. Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I believe that's the case. They made that change a few leagues ago. But yeah, it only works with support gems now. It doesn't work with your actual skill gems anymore. Yeah. So it's an easy way to like level up your support gems and get quality on them without having to use a bunch of gem cutters. Now I gotta do it too, thanks. Gotcha. Always blood stance. Always blood stance. Thanks Gears and Fium for the follows. I'm like reading my screen and not paying attention to what I'm doing right now. Naturally. Yeah, so we're just trying to get some, we're trying to do some destructive play so we can get some Elder maps, so we can go kill the Guardians, so we then can go do Elder, so then we can go do Uber Elder. That's currently what I'm working on right now. It's SSF life, so we have to like actually get the boss frags to go do the bossing. That's crazy that I got an Awakened melee fizz. That's ridiculous. I hope this league I can do Guardians and Elder. Usually getting Guardians and Elder is not that bad. It's typically like trying to do T17s and Uber Pinnacle bosses is where things start to get pretty hard for a lot of builds. And it's doable on Cyclone, but you do have to invest quite a bit to be able to comfortably do that kind of content on this build. But like most people that play PoE are not doing T17s or Uber Pinnacle bosses the first couple days that they're playing. So what you want is like a league starter. And as a league starter for getting your Void Stones and doing regular bosses and T16s, this build is really good. It's comfy, it's fun. It doesn't require a ton of investment. Like you can see, I'm doing it on SSF right now and it doesn't require trade. But yeah, if you want to do like the hardest content in the game, you're going to have to invest more on this build than you would on you know, the meta builds. That's just kind of the reality of, you know, the 3 to 6 builds that are meta versus everything else in the game. Where's the boss? Is it up here? Yeah, boss is up here. How do you auto war cry? So I'm using auto exertion on General's Cry. This casts my war cry every couple seconds and it reserves some mana to do so. Oh, we still aren't getting Elder maps. Okay. Desert Spring is fine. We'll re-roll this. Infested Valley is usually pretty good. I hit the wrong thing. I meant to do that. Are you going to use Starfall on your build? Not on this build. I have an idea for a build using Starfield with potentially like cast on crit Wave of Conviction. I think could be a lot of fun. Like a Cyclone cast on crit using Wave of Conviction or something. I need to get the numbers on Starcaller so that I can try to POB things out. Can I ask something? Do you think the Merc's going to buff this build? Oh, dude, the Mercs are going to buff this build. So we were talking about this earlier. I have a few ideas. The big problem with my build is going to be like scaling defenses to be able to do content, right? It's not that you're not going to have the damage to do T17s or Uber Pinnacle bosses. It's like your defenses. So what we can do is we can run the Mercs with, say, Determination. That gives us a lot of physical damage reduction. At the same time, we don't have to drop one of our offensive auras The other thing I was thinking was, and I saw a video on this in a few comments, we might be able to link our mercenaries and take the link mastery, which makes it so that our movement speed matches that of linked allies. That might negate Cyclone of Tumult's downside. So there's a link mastery that is, where is it? It's right around the tree here. It's right here. So right next to our staff cluster is this link mastery. We can take this cluster here, and then we can take your movement speed is equal to the highest movement speed among linked players. And if we scale like really high movement speed on our mercenary and stack like the determination and some other stuff on them, we could skip the unique boots. And then what we could do is roll like a nice pair of boots that have the nice thing about the boots, if you run an implicit, is there is an implicit on the boots that is essentially it's like your General's Cry does more damage. So what we can do is we could skip the unique boots, link our mark, we still have high movement speed, and then we can run that General's Cry increased damage mod on our boots, which is going to boost our damage a lot. We do lose the double anointment, so that is the downside, is you lose a second anointment. And on my build, we typically run Whispers of Doom so we can get double curse. Eventually, we craft a chest that has you can apply additional curse. But usually crafting that chest can be like 20-ish divine, maybe 25 divine. So for like newer players, it might be not a realistic thing. That's why we take like Whispers of Doom. Because Whispers of Doom costs a couple gold oils, but that's way cheaper than making that chest, especially for newer players. One thing I don't get yet is the craft system in the game, everything I need to buy. Yeah, crafting in this game is pretty convoluted. If you play SSF, it's a good way to learn. But also, if you're not like if you're like new to PoE 1, SSF can be very overwhelming if you don't know how to like engage with the end game and what to do and stuff. And crafting really good gear in this game requires you to have a very thorough understanding of like pretty much all of the crafting systems and how they interact with each other. So that is a thing. Ooh, this one was juicy. This was juicy. Alright, but we didn't get any freaking Elder maps. We're never lucky, guys. Even with a Awakened Melee Fizz, we're never lucky. Hey man, I'm trying to figure out what to start, and Cyclone seems interesting. What are your thoughts on Champion versus Slayer? Yeah, this is like the endless thing. In my POB, I have a frequently asked questions, and I break down what my thoughts are on Cyclone versus Slayer as a league starter. In a nutshell, Champion is going to suck as a league starter. You may be tankier, but you're going to do considerably less damage. Once you get like a bunch of unique items and you can do a bunch of stuff like to scale Cyclone, or I'm sorry, Champion, I think it could be interesting, but I still think even with all that, it's going to do less damage than a Slayer. I think if you're gonna play Cyclone, you play Slayer. That's my thought on it. I think Champion is better suited for a lot of other melee skills. But I could be wrong with the Perseverance and like, you know, 42 or 50 fortification stacks and all this other stuff. Champion might be pretty crazy. But I do think you're going to need all of those different pieces to make Champion better than Slayer. I think the first week, like as a league starter, a lot of people are going to play Champion Cyclone and they're going to have a really bad time. Like a really bad time. Dude, I've had, like, yeah. Well, if I play trade, it doesn't matter, right? I just farm currency. But if I play SSF, I probably blew it, right? I lost everything. Thanks, Hale, for the sub. I think it's because a lot of people like me covering P2 and it's lost in this game. This game can be a lot for PoE 2 players. PoE 2 is a much simpler game. It's a simpler game and it doesn't have endgame, right? So when you have a game that's very simple like PoE 2 and it doesn't have endgame, This game can be very overwhelming because you're dealing with a game that has, 15 years of development. It has way more stuff to do in the end game than PoE 2 probably will have in the next 2 years. It's just a lot for a new player to take in. Makes sense. I was leaning towards Slayer anyway because I play SSF. My brain is telling me to farm Starcaller. There you go. What's that Cyan weapon effect, dog? You talking about what my Sunder guys are doing or what my Cyclone is?
Time to up the stakes. Grip of the infinite. Struggle or strangle.
I think that was a Minotaur map that I just saw.
Resist the assault.
Yeah, dude, I just can't get Elder maps to drop. It's all Shaper. I just can't win the game today. All I want to do is just go kill Uber Elder. I'm not asking for much. I just need frags.
Resist the assault.
I just need frags.
Temporal heads. Resist the assault.
Oh, the actual weapon effect. Got you. I think I'm using the Expedition. Yeah, Expedition weapon effect. I think it was reward from doing the challenges during Expedition League. Yeah, I believe this was from completing like X amount of challenges during Expedition League. Oh, we gotta change our portal and match our MTX. I mean, we could use the Harvest Core. Let's see what the Ravager looks like. Can't get Elder maps, man. It's just Shaper. I can't win today. When it comes to getting maps, at least. Coves could be a vibe. War Staff can put Sword Skin? Maybe. Right now I'm using the Illusionist. Can be used on Sword, Axe, Mace, or Staff. So yeah. Weapon MTX is Illusionist. Yeah, sorry Alex. I have been playing this game for a long time, so I do have some MTX that is unobtainable now. Actually, I have quite a bit of MTX that's unobtainable. Yeah, swapping to Sunder was definitely the play, 100%, for this build at least. Oh, we got big. We got big. We a big boy now.
Time to up the stakes. Amount of my might.
General's Cry is a really nice addition to the build. It's super nice. Keep in mind, once again, this is 2 5-links. I don't have a 6-link. I don't have a really... I have like an okay weapon, I guess. Like, you could get a much better one on trade at this point in the league. You know, we're like, what, 5 days into SSF? You could have a much better weapon. No 6-links. I don't even have the right implicits on most of my gear. My flasks are still not optimized. No cluster jewels. No jewels. You just finished the campaign in 5 days? It'd be like that for some people. It used to take me a long time to get through the campaign. It used to take me like at least 12 hours. Sometimes 14 hours, to be honest. The truth is, like, to get through the campaign quickly, and I'm going to be honest here, it's beneficial, right? Because the end game is where things happen, but it's not fun. You have to actually train yourself to go through the campaign quickly and to do certain things that don't feel natural, like skip a bunch of monsters and, you know, log out at weird places and do stuff. And it doesn't feel like, in my opinion, it doesn't feel good. It feels like something you have to memorize. It feels like something you have to practice. The thing about just doing the campaign and vibing is, like, you can just chill and, like, go through the campaign and, you know, but if you're playing trade, once again, as you get to know more about the game, there's this constant level of low threshold of stress that's forcing you to move towards endgame as quickly as possible so you can make money. And so you feel like you're screwing up if you're taking too long in the campaign. The thing about SSF is you could spend like 3 days leveling the campaign. It doesn't matter, it's SSF. You're just playing for your own enjoyment at that point. So, yeah, that's something I particularly don't like about what trade does to the experience of leveling a character. Put Bon Jovi on and go campaigning without stress. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the right mental health way to do it, you know? Yeah, there's like a good segment of the community that's like, if I don't level to maps in 4 hours and if I'm not killing Uber Pinnacle bosses in 20 hours, then my build is terrible and I'm a terrible player. And I often wonder, like, do those people actually have fun, generally speaking? They probably do. They're just playing the game way differently. Not killing stuff is the hardest thing I struggle with. It's weirdly exclusive to PoE, I feel. Yeah, like, they do a really good job about making you want to kill everything on the screen in this game. Like, when you're playing Cyclone, like, I want to kill everything on the screen. When you're doing the campaign, the goal is to kill nothing on the screen. The goal is to not kill anything. It's to quickly get through a zone and only kill, like, magic monsters. And it's very hard to rewire yourself to, like, play the game that way, because you don't instinctually, like, want to do that. We'll try 40% monster damage reduction. It's gonna be kind of not so great. I look like a truck without brakes in campaigning, killing everything. Yeah. So the rares are usually kind of tougher to kill, and they don't give you, I believe, the same XP boost that magic monsters do. So magic monsters, I believe, give you better experience, and they're usually in packs. Like, they're usually easier to kill, and there's usually a couple of them. So killing like a pack of blues, like I just did there, is going to give you more experience than just killing one rare, and you're going to kill that pack of blue monsters way quicker than killing a rare. So you usually skip rares and you just kill like blue monsters. If your build has gotten to a point where you can kill rares relatively quickly, then you'll like kill the rare, right? But if you stop to kill a rare and you're like trying to kill the rare for like 10 seconds or 15 seconds, you're not playing right at that point if your goal is to get through the campaign as quickly as possible. So if you ever watch like people that speed run, they'll try to kill a rare, and if it's taking like more than just like, I guess, a few seconds, they're just gonna leave the rare behind and move on. They're not actually gonna stay there and fight the thing. Or they'll just skip a rare altogether. Like I said, it doesn't feel natural when you're training yourself to level quickly through the campaign. Because all your instincts are telling you to kill everything on the screen. It's telling you to like ID everything you pick up. It's telling you to do all this stuff. And when you're leveling fast through the campaign, you're wired to not kill anything on the screen and not ID everything and not do etc. And it's just a very weird, it's very weird. Doesn't feel normal. No maps, it's kind of sad. Mother's Embrace. Why do you only have 3 endurance charges? So I haven't picked up the extra endurance charges yet on the tree. I haven't picked up this one, and I haven't picked up this one. And the reason why is because I'm playing SSF, I was struggling with damage, and so I opted to go into more damage on the tree. Like I'm taking this whole wheel down here to scale my damage higher so that I can push through content right now. I'm eating some deaths every now and then, simply because I need to get my damage higher because I'm limited by this SSF environment that I'm playing in. So my tree has a lot of points spec differently than my POB that I gave to you guys, because I'm playing SSF and I'm using my tree to solve problems right now that my gear isn't doing for me. As my gear steadily gets better, I'll take points back from the stuff here and then reallocate it to where it should be on the tree. Yeah, it's an SSF thing, based on how my character feels and, you know, how do I think the defenses are, how do I think the damage is doing at any given moment, and then I just make, you know, some slight changes based on that. I'm just gonna start vendoring all the uniques because I'm not gonna use this shit, and I'm not playing this character after today probably. I might mess around with him a little tomorrow off stream, but I really don't want to do PoE tomorrow. My goal is to unplug from the game for at least a day and clear my head before the league start. All I want is just my boss maps, man. I'm not asking for much here. I like doing Pit because the boss does Cyclone, so I often call this my Cyclone versus Cyclone map. This is Cyclone versus Cyclone. Thanks, guys, for the follow. Much appreciated. I remember the old days when I would start Cyclone and the Terminus sword would be my almost endgame weapon. Old man yelling at the clouds. Yeah, dude, the game is so different now. It's crazy. I was like looking at some uniques that were dropping in SSF over the past couple weeks as I've been doing these test characters, and I'm like, man, I remember when Carcass Jack was OP. I remember when Calm's Heart was like insanely good. Like I remember the, what was it, the mace that you used on Cyclone back in the day, Nagahamu's Flame or whatever. That thing was like OP. And it was nice because you didn't have to actually link your gems in the mace. You just stick your 6 gems in there, and they're all supports for the ability it does. I actually wish they would buff that unique, because that was super fun to play that build. It's just like not relevant anymore, unfortunately. It got scaled out of the game. There was a period where they were like periodically going back and buffing old uniques, and they haven't really done that. They haven't done a pass of all the uniques in a minute now. I can't remember if they did that for 3.25 or the league prior. How many leagues recently have you been playing Cyclone? Just 3.25. Yeah, I made the build for 3.25. It was very successful. A lot of people had fun playing it and gave me some pretty good feedback. And I've done a lot of testing the last 2 or 3 weeks to try to make the build as good as possible for 3.26. And I think it's going to be even better experience than what I had in 3.25. The addition of General's Cry, the buffs to Cyclone, the Mercenary support. I think like it's just going to be, in every way, this build got better and better than what I experienced. And I'm like super hyped for it. You think Starcaller will be like that, 6 support gems, or does it work differently? Starcaller, I think is going to be different. I don't know, actually. I don't know how Starcaller is going to work. That's why I was like, we need more information on it. I remember a long time ago I played some kind of cast on crit Cyclone that had minions, but I can't recall the exact setup that I was playing. When I think cast on crit and minion spawns, I think of Soul Rest. Or not cast on crit, cast while channeling, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. 44 to lightning, 156. I don't care about the inner shield losing 9 mana per enemy killed. That sounds fucking awful. Yeah, I can't do that right now. Ugh.
Time to up the stakes.
Cyclone versus Cyclone! Cyclone versus Cyclone!
Be healed and fight on.
I won. I don't care if the other bosses kill me. I beat the Cyclone boss. That's all that matters. If the totem guy slams me and I die, I still beat Cyclone. The Fang build, probably spiders. I feel like sometimes these waves never end on this. Kind of crazy. I just hope Starcar isn't as rare or expensive as Voidforge. So they're not... It's going to drop from a boss that isn't an Uber Pinnacle boss, right? So I think it's going to be... It depends on how the drop chance is, right? Maybe it is rare, I don't know. We'll see. Dude. Trying to get these Elder maps. At least you guys are getting to see the build, though. I really want to do Elder so we can do Uber Elder so we can see what that looks like, but trying to give you guys the best demo possible in an SSF environment with limited gear so you can kind of get a feel for what that can expand to, especially in a trade setting as a league starter. That was a cast while channeling Desecrate and a GCBF build. No shot. Interesting. Oh, we got this boss. Rip. Her spin thing can be kind of scary, honestly. Let's have a boss up. No maps. What is going on here, dude? I need the maps. Some might say he's been on Cyclone for almost a year. Yeah. Paradoxia and a Red Blade banner. Interesting. I like Lookout Map. Does Ruthless support work with General's Cry? I wouldn't think it would since the clones don't attack 3 times. Probably not, right? Because they attack and then despawn, so I would say no. Do I have that in my POB? I might. I do. I guess we get that just 10%. Yeah, it's probably best to run something else. That's a good observation there. I don't know if they would, silly. Let's see about... Swap over to the POB real quick. That is a good observation. I didn't think about that. So... start here. We drop Ruthless. Impale would work. And actually scales better with our build because we're crit build and doing fizz damage. That's a much better... 5 red and a green is very realistic for gem colors too. I mean, overall I think like it's probably better to run Impale, right? Because we're scaling crit, we're a fizz damage build. Only played for Risha, I was thinking a Cyclone, Cast on Crit Reap or Soul Rune. Cast on Crit Reap maybe sounds interesting. I'd have to POB out. I kind of like the idea of rolling Impale in here. I think Impale makes more sense. I could do what POB is doing and tell me to, like it's telling me to use like Brutality or Concentrated Effect, but I like to keep my gem suggestions consistent throughout all the loadouts for the most part. So like Brutality sims better, but like if you're gonna run Impale on it, you might just run Impale all the way through. The damage is like negligible, right? Because like if we look at the crit conversion tree here, it's saying okay 5.7 combined. If I run Brutality instead, it's like 5.6. It's like the damage is super comparable. I say just go Impale. Swap this over. We don't run Ruthless on this one anyways. I think we don't run Ruthless until the higher trees. I think we run Melee, Fizz, and Pulverize throughout the leveling. That was a really good catch. Thanks, Silly. I think that makes... Yeah, Impale sims the best on Giga. And it just makes sense to keep the gem suggestions consistent throughout all the loadouts to make it easier for newer players. Yeah, that was a really good catch. Let me go back here. And let's go ahead and... Did I do anything weird on this so far? I don't think I changed anything weird here. We'll save this. Nah, man, like this is a community effort, right? I've gotten a ton of good suggestions from you guys over the last few days, and it's just made the build better and better. Do you just use a semi-strict filter blade filter? Right now, because I'm just like doing SSF stuff and I kind of want to see more stuff, I'm using like yeah, like a semi-strict right now. Actually, I'm using strict. I haven't gone higher than this because this very strict starts to hide like instilling orbs and things like that. So I'm still running just like this. Oh, sorry, you didn't see that because I'm not over in my game. Yeah, so right now I'm running like just a regular strict filter. I haven't gone like to 4 or higher because very strict starts to hide like instilling orbs and things. Alright guys, I'm actually gonna update my POB stuff real quick. on everything, so give me a second here. That was a pretty good sensical catch there. Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks, Insta and Jono for the follows. Much appreciated. Yeah, so let's start with Nightbot. We'll update Nightbot real quick. Okay, and then we'll update the stream info. And then we'll update our video stuff. Alright, so updated that. I think that's good. Should be most of my links right now that people are probably seeing. Alright, sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure. That was a pretty good catch. I just want to make sure I get all that stuff updated everywhere. Everyone can see that. Okay. Back to grinding Elder maps. Yeah, because we're going crit, scaling fizz, damage, and pale makes a lot of sense. What am I currently using? Am I using Ruthless on here? I shouldn't be. Yeah, because I added blue socket, so I went with Concentrated Effect. I think Concentrated Effect is nice, but it does, like, reduce the area. So, ideally, if I had, like, 5 red there, or actually a green, right, we'd pick up Impale. I guess with red, I could go Brutality, would be fine, too. I might have enough chromies actually to re-roll, because I think like I would prefer not having Conk Effect just for better clear. Making the build better every step of the way. Yeah, I was kind of surprised that there really isn't like a good... I'm not trying to say my guide is like amazing, but I just couldn't find like a really good Cyclone build out there when I was looking around this past week. Why not double Anointed Abyssus? And I mean, sure, like, you can go as crazy as you want. Like, that Giga endgame POB could still have, like, mirror tier items on it, right? Like, crazy stuff. So, for sure. But yeah, I was kind of surprised. I just couldn't find, like, a Cyclone guide out there that, like, seemed, like approachable to new players that also like made sense to me. It's like 80% of everything is just like play champion on a league start as Cyclone. I'm like, that sounds terrible. And then every Slayer Cyclone I see is like go right side of the tree and just stack like, you know, frenzy charges and do like a 0 defense kind of thing, or just like spell suppression with evasion. And I'm like, spell suppression is super good. But I'm going to tell you guys right now what I would do for spell suppression. If you want to play spell suppression. If you want to play spell suppression, and maybe I'll make a loadout for this in the POB. If I was going to play spell suppression, I would pick up Iron Reflexes, which converts all your evasion rating to armor. And on an endgame build, once I get my stun immunity on my chest, I would drop Unwavering Stance. I would run, so that way you get evasion back, and then all your evasion... Actually, no, sorry. This doesn't matter. So you keep Unwavering Stance, and you go iron reflexes, and then you craft armor evasion gear. And if you do armor evasion gear, you can get spell suppression rolls on it. So I would get spell suppression on all of your gear pieces and scale it up with like a quartz flask or whatever. You're not going to be 100% spell suppression, but you can get like a decent amount of spell suppression, and then you can convert all that evasion into armor, so you're still stacking armor. I would not, and then you keep the max attack and spell block and all that stuff, and eventually you can use more than skill and go up to like 90%. I would not play right side of the tree as Cyclone. You might do more damage and stuff, but you're just not going to be that tanky of a build. What is the second best base for the staff when going crit? I think Judgment Staff is the next best one, or Foul Staff. I'm using a Maelstrom right now, which has a lower crit chance. I think Ezomite has the highest crit chance and is like the best one. How do you get Fortify in the body armor? So what I did is you use the Eater of World Ichors, which I'll show you real quick. Do I have any? Yeah, so you spam these type of Ichors on your chest, and eventually you'll hit melee hits, have chance to fortify. That seems like a small percentage, but because our Cyclone hits so many times per second, we're always going to have fortify. It might take a second or two to scale up to 20 stacks, but you're never not going to have fortify on this build, because we attack so rapidly, the percentage doesn't matter. You just need to get this on your chest. When you get this on your chest, you can drop this cluster down here and get rid of Steadfast. Eventually, what you would do is get a cluster jewel with Overlord, which gives you Fortify when you attack with, I think, maces or staffs or whatever. And then you can run a different implicit, like a damage implicit on your chest, right, to scale more damage. But this is an easy and very cheap way to get Fortify early on. Yeah, the golems look juicy. The question is, like, how do you keep them alive if you're not a minion build? Alright, let's go do the boss. Maybe we get an Elder map. So you can see, like, right now, I'm at 20 stacks of Fortify. So that 8% seems small, but it's not, because you're just always going to be, ramping up your Fortify, because you hit enough stuff. So see, like, I'm sitting at 20 stacks right now. Bro, I'm going to need you to stop practicing leveling. You're not allowed to be faster than me, and I don't have time to be a tryhard. What's up, Charles? I'm actually... Dude, Charles, I got my campaign down to a little over 6 hours, and I stopped to theorycraft General's Cry into my build. General's Cry is so OP. I remember you were talking about it in 3.25. But, you know, I watched Jung's stuff. He's doing Ellie scaling. This is a Fizz build. But General's Cry, I stopped... So, like, I probably could have gotten my campaign sub 6 hours. And I'm pretty confident on Friday when we play, I'm going to have a sub 6 hour campaign easily. Like, I'll be in maps by 7 p.m. Pacific. That's my goal. I've done 2 practice leveling sessions now. But, yeah, the General's Cry is fucking ridiculous. And right now I'm playing this on just 2 5-links. And I'm playing in my private league I made. So this is just like an SSF character. But I feel pretty good for Friday. Like, 100%. I just, like, I don't know if I want to play trade. I'm really torn to play SSF. But, like, I know with trade, like, it's just going to be so easy to scale the build. I mean, that's an obvious, but... Like, you can ramp so hard in trade, it's not even funny. Yeah, General's Cry is ridiculous. Yeah. I don't think we've done Hollowed Ground yet. I could break up the monotony a little bit. Is the new Sunder of Charthus any better than regular Sunder? I don't know. I honestly haven't looked at that alt gem yet. You guys are going to level together like usual? Yeah. So, I'm gonna give you the logic here, Charles. Like, because people are interested in this build, and like people are watching it, I feel like if I play trade, I can scale it faster, and I can show people like more what you can do with the build, right? Because I'll have easy access to things to like pump it and juice it. So I think that's better value from a viewership perspective. I don't know if people want to watch me like farm Blight for 5 days to try to get the Stampede boots. You know what I mean? Hard to know till we play it, but it looks promising. It's like Sunder, snaking-ish. Yeah. If I can find a Mercenary with the Sunder gem, I'll totally pick it up and test it out. I really just want to focus on trying to get Elder maps so we can do Uber Elder. But I don't know if you saw me playing a second ago, but I can show you. The build is like pretty solid, even with my crap gear right now. And that's why I'm doing this test run right now. Like, because people are like, oh, can you like just get it one day of Blight farming forehead? So listen to this. I saw a video on this, Charles, and I don't know if this will work or not, but there is a link mastery that's right next to my staff note up here. And the mastery is your movement speed is equal to the highest movement speed among linked players. So if you get a Mercenary and you scale movement speed on it and you link it, I wonder if that just negates Cyclone of Tumult. And then I don't need the Stampede boots. And I can be like up and running as soon as I hit maps after I farm the gem. I think that's gonna work. Yeah, you link the Merc. Yeah, because they are. GG has already said they count as a player, I believe. That's what I was wondering. Will that override a modifier? Because I don't know, but a lot of people have been like posting videos on it and chatting about it on Reddit, so I was like curious. But yeah, this is the gameplay. You just run around, and General's Cry does this big ass Sunders, and this is on 2 5 links right now. Yeah, you can't have a squishy Merc, so you'd have to actually gear the Merc. You can't change its gem setup, right? But you could gear it so that like it's tanky. So that, and what I was thinking too was I run Determination Aura on the Merc, or I find one that has Determination, because then what I can do is gear it to be tanky, scale its movement speed, and then I get Determination, which fixes, you know, my squishiness because I'm running Abyssus on the build, right? Abyssus makes me pretty weak. I just run Determination on the Merc. I don't have to drop an offensive aura on my character. And then that also makes the Mercenary more tanky. You need a strength Merc, probably? Yeah. Thanks, Cal, for the follow. I saw it was in a YouTube video. Someone was doing like a build tier list, and I was considered an A list, an A tier build, and they had a link to my video. I saw that earlier. I think it was Sushi. My friend is starting a caster, so I hope he gets Act 2 done by the time I have Jonas Price. We're gonna desecrate. Yeah. Yeah, the really big question mark for Merc still is if they have minion or player. No, GGG already asked. So you can't scale Mercenaries with minion modifiers. They're not, the minion stuff doesn't apply to them. So I think the only way to make them tanky is you have to do stuff with like actual gear. You have to actually put gear on them like you would a player. And I think they're going to have some kind of inflated stats because they don't really have a passive tree like players. Yeah. They can't just have like 4k HP because they can't just have like 4k HP because they'll roll over. But at the same time, apparently we can't use minion stuff to augment them or buff them or like we would like an AG. They take reduced damage, mentioned in a Q&A. Okay, there you go. They got some kind of modifier on them that they're building into them to make them like better. You're doing cast on channeling Desecrate, or are you casting manually? I'm casting Desecrate manually when I boss. So when I'm mapping, I don't need to use Desecrate, right? Because there's corpses as we map. And then when I go to a boss, I just drop like Desecrate twice and then spin, and that's it. Thanks, Patrick, for the sub. They justified it because they're not smart enough to run away from damage. Yeah, I mean, they're minions at the end of the day, even if they don't want to put minion mods on them. Hope the Shaper Exalted Orb going to be semi-common so I can slam a third suffix on the staff. Yeah. The link is definitely doable in softcore at least. Might just be too rippy on Boss's lab. Yeah, the question is like, can you, like, I think for T16s it'll work, right, Charles? But like, will it work on T17s? Will it work on actual bosses? I don't think it will, unless you somehow can make your Merc super tanky. Root2 has a video on it. I'll have to check it out. Yeah, I'm doing the MTX's Illusionist for Cyclone. So we're using Illusionist on Cyclone. And then my General's Cry bros are using Glimmerwood Sunder. Yeah, I don't think they're going to survive like the hardest content, so I don't think you can rely on a Mercenary to get you through like juice T17s and Uber Pinnacle bosses. But like for just doing like T16 mapping and, you know, probably regular stuff like Elder, regular Shaper, things like that, I think they'll be fine. I'm sure what it's going to be is someone in the community is going to find some cracked way to scale them defensively and also make them like offensive. Somebody's gonna theory craft it out. They're now asking him the questions he really likes. Dude, MTX, I told them earlier, the most important thing about my build right now is the fact that I have the polar bear. MTX is all that matters. It's all that matters. Okay. Can we get Elder maps? Apparently not. We're getting everything but. Connor has a video on Mercs already. Of course it's early, but the Merc... Yeah, I kind of watched a little bit of Connor's stuff, but I need to like watch some stuff in detail. I'll probably do a little research Monday or Friday morning. Tomorrow I'm not doing anything POB related. I might post a video on this character and the updated POB, but I'm not actually going to play the game or do anything. I'm going to decompress for a day. How do you feel about Champ Cyclone? Oh, there it is. I think Champion is going to be terrible as a league starter for Cyclone, and it's not going to do anywhere near the damage you'll have on Slayer. And I think that the only way Champion is going to be good is if you have all the stuff to scale Fortification, so that you can try to scale its damage, but even with that, it's going to do less damage than Slayer. It'll just be far tankier. I accidentally tripped and hit the purchase supporter pack button early. Really bummed. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta pick up the supporter packs. I get like every supporter pack and every like annual pack and all that stuff. The amount of money I've given GGG is actually kind of ridiculous. Also might be viable to play champ if you have an Aurobot friend who's playing Scion. Probably the only other time it's not trash. Yeah, there's just this thing, Charles, where like a lot of people are putting content out there saying like, oh, you're gonna league start champion and it's gonna be cracked as hell, and I'm like, and for Cyclone, they're saying for Cyclone, not like what Jung's doing with champion with some crazy ass like Blade Flurry Reeve, like 18 unique piece set, like convoluted using game mechanics and stuff, but like playing Cyclone as a champion, as a league starter. And they're trying to sell that like it's somehow going to be super powerful when you get out of the campaign. And I'm like, what? Yeah, that's a thing. And they're like, oh yeah, it's gonna, the uniques are going to be super cheap. Like getting a replica Badger Brotherhood, that won't be expensive. And Sir Gog had a video that someone told me about a few days ago, that it's a 1 in 400 wing drop per replica Badger Brotherhood. And it's mandatory to play that, to play champion, so you can get the extra 6 stacks of fortification. And then there's the unique gloves, which are a bit more common, but then you'd have to roll them to also have like at least +7 or 8 to be useful. So every champion player is gonna, it doesn't matter what build they're playing, unless they're doing something like Jung, they're gonna want the gloves and they're gonna want the amulet. So the prices of that is gonna be insane. The gloves, by the way, right, being an Uber Exarch drop. So how many of those are going to be sitting around on day 3 that people are going to be able to snatch up that are regular players, right? You know, new to the game. Being told, oh, you know, they'll be cheap. Yeah, I just like was listening to that and I was like, I don't know what. I feel really bad for people that sounds league startable. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you know, there's a friend of mine. He told me that, and he always plays SSF. He's like, dude, I'll have the gloves and the amulet on day 3. He's like, I'll have it this weekend. I was like betting him. I'm like, you're gonna have all the uniques and everything. He's like, yeah, I'll have it done. I was like, okay. Not being facetious at all. I had to get the Crypt Keeper pack for the Whack-A-Mole decoration. Dude, I want the Whack-A-Mole so bad. Crazy cope, yeah. You know, I mean, vulnerability is like kind of scary, actually. I'm a little afraid to run this, and Fizz, Impale. We have like no real good Fizz mitigation right now. Monsters are hexproof is annoying, but this might be more realistic. How many vines I need to invest into Cyclone Slayer so I can get to farm T17, not super juiced maps? So in 3.25, it required quite a bit of investment for me to feel comfortable doing T17s. However, I didn't have General's Cry in my build at the time, which gives us several million more damage. And we didn't have Mercenaries and stuff. But let's take Mercenaries out of the equation. We have General's Cry and we have the slight 12% buff to Cyclone. I think the ceiling is lower, but I think you're still going to need to build up your character defensively. You're still going to have to invest a bit, I think, for T17s to be comfortable. I think the ceiling is just lower now in 3.26. But I want to tell people like, oh yeah, you're going to be able to roll into T17s like you're playing, you know, Poison Concoction or Volcanic Snake Fisher or whatever. Like, that's not the case. Cyclone will require some investment. Now, how much that is, I don't know, because the build got buffed in a lot of different ways, especially damage with General's Cry in it. But it's hard for me to say until like I play 3.26. And if I go SSF, I'm not going to be able to tell you at all because I'm not going to be playing trade. So it's probably going to be a lot slower for me to do it because I'll be SSF. Cyclone versus Cyclone. Cyclone versus Cyclone.
Grip of the infinite. Time to up the stakes. Temporal tears. Grasp your mortality tightly. Until next time.
Hopefully the new 16.5s will really help to bridge the gap to 17s. Yeah, no problem, buy them. Orb of Conflict. Oh, we are rich now. Honestly, guys, I don't know if I'm going to even get to Uber Elder tonight with how low these Elder map drops are going. Oh, we got one. Constrictor? I think that's one we don't need, actually. The one we get is probably one we don't need. Yeah, it's our 6th Constrictor. Look, Charles, I'm not playing any more PoE after tonight. I'm taking a break till Friday. I gotta clear my head. The only thing I might do tomorrow is log on to record an update video to put on the channel. But, like, I'm not... I need to take at least one day off. I gotta do some real life stuff and do some stuff before I go hard for a week. Although my work hours are flexible, so I could play really late tonight and just work a later shift tomorrow, so there is that. I normally go to work at 7, I could do like a going at 9 or something like that. I'm gonna use the restroom, I'll be right back. was watching the VOD for the start of the run. You can get Sunder as soon as you enter Cavern and Wrath. That is good to know, Oliver. Thank you. Trick is to be level 12 by then. Okay. Yeah, if you stay under leveled, you wouldn't be. Probably gonna end up getting a Maven. Probably gonna end up getting a Maven before we even get an Uber Elder. That's right. I was hoping I could just like damage through that. And not drop a portal. Rip. This is what we call the walk of shame. It's the walk of shame. Oh, you're slavering it? Nice, yeah. You know, it'd be dope if I had a Rumi's concoction drop like on my first test character. I would really love that game. The leaps of shame. Yeah, the leaps of shame. That's a perfect way to phrase it. So when they, I gotta edit the filter a lot. Yeah, I'm playing at a really low setting too right now because if I move up one tier, it hides like instilling orbs and stuff. But yeah, I might cap you for some assistance with that on Friday. If I go trade, I want a filter that's a little bit more opened up so that I can sell good bases that drop in red maps if I ID them. But if I play SSF, I'll probably want a tighter filter. I'm like 50-50 right now on whether I'm going to go trade or SSF. Hopefully I know by Friday. I hate to have to make that decision last minute. What's up, NC? Build is going pretty good. Only problem right now is I just can't get Elder maps to drop. I'm farming for boss maps to do Elder, and I just can't get Elder maps to drop. You can always migrate out. Yeah, I know. I'm really kind of like thinking I'm still gonna go SSF because I'm really enjoying like the power, the feeling of like making your character powerful, right? Gearing it up and stuff. It's really appealing to me. And I like engaging with the different league mechanics to do different things. You get to play with like so many things in SSF that you ignore in trade. Yeah. That's what I was saying to somebody. It's like when I play trade, I've been like conditioning myself to level the campaign faster because it's like you need to get to maps so you can farm currency, so you can get ahead of the economy and stuff, you know? So like you feel terrible if you take too long leveling because you know in the back of your head I'm making less money. My build is going to take longer to get online because of this. If you play SSF, you can take a week leveling the campaign. It doesn't matter because you're not in the rat race like you said. You're separate from the rat race. Ooh, that bleed. Did you see that bleed from the wolf boss? Holy moly. It's a good thing I knew it was coming. That thing is ridiculous. That's like the thing that kills every new player of this game because they don't know that it's coming. Another constrictor map. Alright, that's our 7th constrictor map. So when is 3.26 coming with these Orbital Horizons being able to reroll maps? Because, yeah, that would be really helpful right now. We'd already be fighting New Elder. I really like Haunted Mansion. I think it's a pretty nice tile set. Players have 40% reduced block. Get the hell out of here. Yeah, I like the Haunted Mansion map a lot. You know the answer to this, Charles, but with destructive play, aren't you supposed to clear the whole map before you go to the boss room to increase the amount of bosses that spawn, or does that not matter? Yeah, that's what I thought. I figured that was the case. I just couldn't remember. But you don't need to be super thorough, it's pretty forgiving. Gotcha. Oh, oh, wait, Purifier? Is this one that we need? Are we almost there? Nope, it's our 4th Purifier. Holy moly. Oh, Twitch drops for league start. Dang. Wonder what their what the Twitch drop is. Gotta take a look at that later. They're pretty good drops. Guess I'll be doing Twitch drops on league start. Hey, I appreciate that, Lewis. While I appreciate all the support, I'm not doing this for that. I just, honestly, there's a part of me right now that's just like, I'm demoing the build because I'm so kind of disgusted at all the bait shit that I've seen online this past week. There's like some pretty egregious stuff that people are posting on Cyclone builds, and I'm just like, man, there's a lot of people that are gonna have a bad time on Friday and Saturday. Ooh, always take your shrine. Never, never not take your shrine. Hey, this used to be worth something. I appreciate that, Lewis. I might have enough, oh, I'm not gonna have glass blowers though, probably. Glass blowers are holding me back. Gotta run something like Expedition, or... Actually, I think you get quite a bit from Blight too. Just raw currency. Like, having auto flasks would be pretty nice. Thanks, Hole, for the sub. Patrick for the sub. Cal for the follow. What's your opinion about the bait builds that bait newer players to builds that will not work, and how could a new player avoid them? I would avoid anything that says Cyclone champion league start. Anything that says starting the league as a champion playing Cyclone, i.e. your first couple days playing the game. Avoid that. Which is a fair portion of the Cyclone builds that are being promoted right now. Yeah, it's just like, you know, it's a lot of like, you know, oh, here's these expensive items. There's builds like that too, like, oh, you know, you're gonna play this Cyclone build, and here's like a 30 divine, you know, staff at level 77. Or you're gonna have like 2 6 links, you know, at 68 going into maps or something. It's like, the average new player, no. Even the average player, no. Experienced player, maybe. Someone explain to me how Desecrate works or what it does for this build. Never used it. Yeah, Max. So the way Desecrate works in this build is if there's no corpses nearby when my war cry goes off, no minions will spawn. So when we get to a boss and we need my General's Cry minions to spawn, you lay down 2 Desecrates and then they'll spawn. They don't consume the corpses, they just need them nearby to spawn. I played Lightning Strike Slayer last season. Would you recommend Cyclone for a newish player like me when Atlas starts? Yeah, I think Cyclone is very new player friendly. The one Cyclone champ guide I looked at didn't take on Wavering or anything else for stun avoidance, so I already knew it was a nope. Yeah. Go play Cyclone without stun immunity and tell me how that feels. When I tried POE for the first time, I got baited to start the league with Tornado Shot. Charles, do you remember that bow? If you're still here, do you remember that bow build I was playing that one time, and I got stuck on the first boss on Act 8 because I had like spec'd my whole tree wrong, and I was using like a fizz bow and I was trying to play Ellie or some weird shit. You remember that? And like it even took you like a half hour to figure out how to play the character I'd built when I let you. Yeah, it was just like, dude, it was ridiculous. I didn't understand anything about this game back then. It was so bad. I was like, I'm gonna make a bow build. This is gonna be great. And it was terrible. Dude. I think I quit PoE for a while after that. Like, I was like, this isn't the game for me. And then I ended up playing Skelly Mage for like, what, 2 years straight or something? I was like, every league was like, what am I playing? I'm playing Skelly Mage. Oh, yeah, this game sucks. Yeah, that was fun. I remember that. It took me a long time to understand this game, and I even still don't understand everything about this game. And I've got like 7,000 hours in it now or something. Probably completely skip the boss room, but that's fine, we need to kill mobs anyway. Another Constrictor map, let's go. Oh, we got an Enslaver, okay. That's something. This is a really good level in Axe, by the way. Limb Split's really nice, like really early on. Remember my first 2 leagues, I followed build guides exclusively from Path of Exile builds and never watched streamers? Oh, dude. Yeah. You got trapped. They got you. You got gotted. Alright, we've made progress, guys. We have 3 of the Elder maps we need. Got 3. We need Eradicator, and then we can actually play the game. So all we're missing is 1 frag to do Uber Elder. think we're going to go for 3% chance to deal triple damage as our next point. Oh, you know what we gotta do now? We gotta ID all these helms. They're armor evasion based, I don't care about that. How tanky is Slayer early game? Is it worth playing Champion or Berserker? I was thinking at least start your build. POB looks pretty nice. What's up, Mintoko? I highly recommend not starting as a Champion for Cyclone. Berserker, I think, is going to be a lot more damage, maybe. But I think its survivability is going to be worse than Slayer. I don't know. Maybe not. It might be comparable. You really want to play Slayer over Berserker because you get certain things with Slayer that just feel better on Cyclone. For instance, like the increased AoE range feels really nice when you're playing a skill like Cyclone. I do play on widescreen.
Time to up the stakes. Grasp your mortality tightly.
Guardian.
The veil of safety and security. Resist the assault. Struggle or strangle.
You see the new Cinder skill? You gonna use it or not? I didn't look at the specifics on the new Cinder skill. I would be interested to try it out though.
Grip of the infinite.
We'd have to find a Mercenary that has it.
A veil of safety and security. Grasp your mortality tightly. Struggle or strangle.
It feels really good, Elliot. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it.
Simple tears.
It was pretty good. Yes, Max, we're going to be taking that nice juicy life mastery on staff. I'll figure that out on the tree once POB updates, or I'll just look at it in game. I mean, it'll probably be like dropping. I do like the recovery life here. I don't know if this is getting replaced by that or which one they're removing. Is it a 20% chance to double stun? It will be interesting because I think this is the only actual staff mastery that we take. And I do like the recover 2% of life when you block attack damage, but we are a Slayer playing Leech, So I think just the flat 15% or whatever it is just way more beneficial than this. Our leech is so high, you know. Can I swap to a 4-link Cyclone Sunder at level 60 to farm Heist or not enough damage? It should be more than enough damage, Motoko. How optimistic are you about chances in this test, brother? The test has been going pretty good, Cecilio. Yeah, my only problem right now is I can't get maps to drop for me to go kill Elder. Keep getting the same influenced maps. I need Eradicator. Less recovery rate of life is, not great. Yeah, no problem, Cecilio. Why did you switch back to Sunder? So, you know, I got the idea for General's Cry in the build from Jung. Jung was scaling like Ellie damage though, whereas I'm all Fizz and Impale. So Sunder actually is better damage on this build than using Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm. Yeah, it's a noticeable difference in damage, swapping back to it. Yeah, once we get like, once we have the ability to use Orb of Horizons, that's like a non-issue. I'd already be on Uber Elder right now. Alright, we need to kill her ASAP. Get her out of here. Sup, just got here. Oh yeah, we're back to Blue Sunder, baby. Yeah, I did the numbers and Sunder is just better on this build because we're not scaling Ellie. And you bet we went back to Blue Sunder. What's that thing from Zoolander? Blue Steel? Yeah, we're Blue Sunder. Yeah. Which farms would you recommend for League start and mid game with this build? I did ritual farming at the beginning of 3.25 and it was pretty good. I haven't really paid too close attention to ideas for that because I'm torn about playing trade, so it may not matter for me. I haven't been paying too much attention. But I know ritual is really good on this build. Expedition with rod crafting is good money early on because everyone wants gear that, you know, people are looking for rings and amulets, and you know, people want rings, amulets, belts, and boots with life and resistances and movement speed on the boots. So if you can rod craft that stuff and pump out the items, that's really good money because like basically the first week of PoE on a league, with the exception of some very specific builds, everyone's looking to fix their life and resistances coming out of the campaign. So like rings, amulets, belts, boots, you raw craft that shit with like life and resistances and movement speed, you can sell stuff for pretty good currency early on while people are trying to fix their build up. Thanks Rip for the sub. Yeah, I think we'll take this guy right here. One less gem to farm. Yeah. Yeah, I think Sunder is going to be just overall better. Now, the new Sunder might be promising. New Sunder could be promising. I crafted this staff yesterday on stream. It was a Shaper influenced. It's okay. It's got like 600 60 biz DPS. I do like the Shaper mod, so when we're mapping this is pretty nice. You get increased crit chance if you've killed recently. It's not too bad. Wonder if any of the rune graphs are going to be better than any of the current masteries. Could be. Could be. I have quite a few clusters allocated right now where the masteries aren't very beneficial. And I'd have to take a hard look at all the different rune graphs, but it's possible that, yeah, there could be some pretty good ones in there. At least one or two maybe that are worth grafting. I'm sure rune graph of the Angler is going to be Biss. What is rune graph of the Angler? Yeah, Mathil had a Cyclone Frozen Legion build from 3.25 that was really nice. It's a pretty good build. This belt's actually pretty dope. This gives us like a lot of fizz damage reduction. It lowers our LE resist, but we're way overcapped on LE resist right now. We get a lot of life resist. Like our LE resist is sitting well over capped. So if we like put this on, we're just slightly under on cold and lightning. Can I fix that reasonably? We're over on fire. I could do a harvest swap from fire into like lightning, or no, it would be fire into cold. And that would just have to maybe figure out a little bit of lightning resist. Oh no, I could re-roll this into lightning and chaos. Because this belt is pretty crazy. Like, I play this on RF occasionally. It's really good on RF actually, but that's a ton of armor, a ton of fizz damage reduction, a ton of life regen. This is actually like an insanely good belt right now for me. Can I turn my fire into cold? Item sockets are not empty. Oh. How much juice is this? Change of mud against fire resistance into cold. 500 yellow juice. Fire resistance into lightning. Do you have the modes to avoid for the build and maps in your POB notes? Yeah, I have a regex for map mods to avoid. Yeah, it's a really good belt, but I think this belt really synergizes nice with us right now too. So I think what I'll do is I mean, our resistances are just slightly undercapped, but what I'd like to do is turn this fire into cold, and that will fix both cold. That'll keep my fire will still be above, fix cold, and then I can re-roll this into lightning and chaos. Bring my lightning above cap. So I just need like a little bit of yellow juice. My fizz reduction is kind of low right now. Either way, this belt's just a huge... I don't lose any damage on this belt, right? Did this brick my auras though? Do I have enough mana for my auras? The only problem right now is I'm 1 mana under for my cursed mark on hit, or my mark on hit to work. But either way, this belt is like a huge damage reduction right now. That's really nice. Are there any cooldown breakpoints considerations we need to worry about with General's Cry? There is, Jamie. I haven't looked into the numbers, but apparently, like, I think it's your attack speed. You want to get it to a certain percentage. In the POB, I have it set to 2 clones doing damage, because this is like bro logic right now, but generally speaking, I see 2 of the clones sundering or slamming at any time. But there's actual Reddit posts out there for like the different breakpoints in which you can maximize. And I think at any given time, from what I saw on one Reddit post, you can reliably assume that 2 of the casts are going to go off from your clones. I don't think you can scale it much higher than that. Maybe 3, but I'm not sure. Am I still using precision? I am. What does precision put me at if I drop it? 98% hit? I mean, that's honestly kind of fine. I could just level a new precision and get it close to 100. Like 98% chance to hit's pretty close. I'll just level a new precision up. Oh, well, this is at level 2. 32 mana. Yeah, no problem, Jamie. Yeah, I can lower it 1 level, I think. We'll settle with 99% hit now. It's not perfect, but it'll do. It'll do. Ideally, you want like the highest possible, but when you're leveling in the campaign, you basically just take the first staff you can with, and you do like the vendor craft recipe to get a fizz damage roll on there, and you just roll with that. You don't really need to be concerned about. Oh, you're talking about crit. Sorry. I would try to get an Ezomite staff while you're mapping. It has the highest crit chance, and then you roll that. Alright, we're going to swap it up real quick. I'm going to farm a little yellow juice from Harvest so we can fix our resistances so they're just like perfectly capped. It's kind of insane I got this belt right now. That's such a good belt. It's insane damage reduction. Which annoyance would you use to manage to get a Strangled Grass and change it to a Carnage Heart or decent rare? I don't think I would use... I guess a Strangled Grass could be really good on this build. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at it. Right now I'm using Titanic Impacts right here because we just get a flat 45% crit strike multi for our two-hand weapons. And my critical strike multi is pretty low right now. But there's like different things. It would depend like on the state of your gear. Yeah, the plan for the belt's solid. Let's swap it up to Harvest real quick. And we'll get some yellow juice. This belt is really sick. I'm actually pretty happy. We've had a pretty crazy day so far. We got an Awakened Melee Fizz, and we got an Immortal Flesh. Which is really good for us at the moment. Well, we're not going to do LE weakness with our resistances, so... this lowers it a little bit, but it should be fine. It's not as... 10 is fine. 15. Yeah. I found it. Why the change from Titanic Slam to Thunder? What was that? Pretty much the only thing changed? Yeah, so, because we're not scaling LE, it just made sense, like... POB is telling me, and it makes sense, like a Sunder would be better. We're not scaling LE. And Sunder Sim's better. And it feels, as I'm playing the character right now, like I'm doing a lot more damage. Herald of Ash added no value, really. Like, we're not getting much damage out of it at all. So, like, running Pride is just too good. Like, because as soon as you come across a tanky rare, and it's going to be there for a few seconds, Pride is giving you so much more benefit than Herald of Ash or Purity combined. So we went back to Pride, and we swapped out Tectonic Slam for Sunder. Will I do a video for updating the build? What are you using for General's Cry right now? General's Cry, we swap back to Sunder. It sims better since we're not scaling LE. And yes, my plan is to have a video out tomorrow going really deep into the POB, all the changes I've made from the original video, and showcasing off this second SSF character a little bit. I wonder how much tankier I am now with that belt. I feel pretty tanky. Let's go near this rare and see what happens. Yeah, I feel pretty tanky right now. Oh. For the most part. Pretty good. What's our life regen at now? 540? Nice. We have 540 life regen and we have like a ton of leech. And we didn't give up any damage. We just got tankier basically. Huge moves. Just gotta find harvest, do harvest. Get some yellow juice. Yeah, it's a pretty good run so far for 5-day SSF.
Give yourself to the void.
We'll go Harpy on the boss. Yeah. Thanks, Hey, for the sub. Let's go find harvest. There we go. What we want is yellow juice. Our resistances are a little low right now, so that's kind of scary. Yeah, I mean, on average, that's why I set my POB to just 2. Like, sometimes I see 3, but I didn't want to, like, overcompensate the damage. It's definitely not 1 Sunder you can rely on at a time. It's usually about 2. But I feel pretty good simming it as 2 in the POB. I mean, if you look, it's always, like, about 2 Sunders. So I feel pretty good about saying 2 Sunders at least. Like, that last one was 3 Sunders. But I just go on the low end, right? So we undervalue it. Alright, let's fix our situation right here. So we're going to turn fire into cold resist. And then we'll reroll this to lightning and chaos. Am I crazy? Oh, sockets aren't empty. Okay. Fire. Alright, reforge fire into cold. Oh, I don't think we can do that. We already have cold on the chest. I didn't even notice that. We'll have to do lightning. It's gotta be lightning. Can I roll lightning into fire? Yeah, lightning into fire is 500 juice. Let me look at my other pieces of gear. It's too much lightning to re-roll. This already has fire on it. We could roll this lightning into fire. Or I'm sorry, into cold. That kind of bounces out, right? 28. So lightning into cold. Is that possible? I don't know if we can do lightning into cold. It might just be lightning into fire. Any cold. I have right now like a 400 DPS staff. It clears T16 testing and standard. Great build. I bet I'll link start this for sure. Also nice guide. Hey, thanks Matako. Yeah, like I said, you can craft a pretty simple staff. You don't like, if you're just trying to do T16s, void stones, like, you know, league starter first few days, do some T16 map strategies. This build, I mean, I'm doing it in SSF right now. On trade, you're going to be able to scale this thing so much further. Especially with General's Cry added to the build, it's so much damage. Yeah, lightning into cold. So we turn this lightning into cold and that balances everything out. Boom. Look at that. Everything is balanced. Let's redo our auras.
I can't do this just yet.
Okay, cool. Resistances are situated. Back to mapping for boss maps. Dude, that's such a huge upgrade that we just got. That belt is insane. It's insane value right there. Yeah. The only thing our build is weak to right now is spells. We don't have spell suppression, we have low spell block. And until we get like a roomies, it's kind of hard to fix that. That's kind of like SSF right now. Like on trade, you would just pick up a roomies, you'd re-anoint your amulet to idiomatic defense, and then you would pick up versatile combatant, and we would have full attack and spell block at 65%. But we're playing SSF, so we don't have any of that stuff. Well, really, we just need a roomies. That's all we need.
I do love the stink of victory.
Time to up the stakes. Twin terrors.
What's my life regen now? I think it's we're sitting at like 550 life regen, and we also have all the leech that we do. So our life recovery is pretty insane right now, actually.
Godslayer, good day.
Hall of Grandmasters? Nah, I'm good, dude. Joke map.
The long-awaited event is finally here. Time to up the spoon. Mortal flesh is so fallible. Another challenger. Immersed in my mind. Shadow, rise and fight. Handle this. Mortal blade is so powerful. Storm and hunt. Dazzling display tomorrow.
Is POET play free now? Nah, it's still early access, so you have to buy like a supporter pack to get into it, I believe. I'll be right back, guys. About 3 to 5 minutes. Alright, let's see if we can get this altar map. I believe.
Return to, yes.
Approach, challenger.
Chaos Orb.
Hey him. We have our 2 void stones already from Eater Exarch. I'm just trying to farm up the boss stuff so that I can do the other 2 void stones. The MTX gem effect is sick. I love the blue, dude. It's so good. I was saying earlier, like Zoolander has his blue steel. This is our blue sunder.
Time to up the stakes.
It's the ultimate. No way I missed the sale. Thanks, Pepe, for the follow. Oh. That's Sag face if he did. That's a crazy belt. T1 life. T2 cold and chaos. It's not better than the belt we're currently using. Can't be leached from? I think not. Looks like I forced you to buy it full price. Dude, the blue sunder is so good. Like, it looks so good. Will you play softcore or SSF? I am 50-50 on it right now, Pepe. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I'm torn between the two. I'm leaning more towards SSF. I mean, I'm playing SSF right now. Feels pretty good. I will say that I've been leaning more towards SSF since the idea that I can link my Merc and negate the movement speed penalty from Tumult. If that's something we can actually do, SSF sounds a lot more appealing to me, because farming Blight for days on end hoping those boots drop is pretty disgusting to think about. Use cold damage. How will negate the tumult with Merc? So there is a, I'll show you in a second here. There's a link mastery right up here by our tree that says your movement speed is equal to the highest movement speed among linked players. The Mercs count as like allies, I believe as players. Although that isn't confirmed by TGG, but if they actually count as players and we can link them with a link skill, then that should override the lessened movement speed penalty of Tumult. That's not 100% though. I'm not like certain unless someone has heard GGG say that like mercenaries are coded to be like players. Yeah, because you can scale the movement speed really high on your Mercenary. Yeah. The only problem with that is if you want to do like really high-end content, I don't think the Mercs are going to be able to survive it. So relying on your Mercenary for like auras and things like that when you're doing like Juice T17s or Pinnacle bosses might be a little crazy. Yeah, it's 4 points, but it means that you can free up your boots to run a rare. And there's an implicit you can get on the boots where you get increased General's Cry damage, which is a lot of damage. So like if I can use my own boots and I can stack damage on them and like other things, and then use the Merc for the movement speed tech, I can find 4 points to shift around. Yeah, it's worth testing out. Whether it ends up simming better than putting those 4 points elsewhere, I don't know. You know what it, I will say this, you know what it is worth though? If it does work, not farming Blight for days. Although, you farm Blight for like a week and get the boots, and then you have more oils than you'll ever need on SSF, so there is that too. You just basically stock up on all the oils that you'll need for the league. Yeah, someone was telling me that they run Blight pretty much every league, and they see the boots about every 50 maps. Like every 50 Blight maps. So they're not super common, but they're also not like super rare. Because like it only takes 5 minutes, well maybe 7 minutes to run a Blight map, because you set the map up, you scope it out and then run it. So say it takes like 7 minutes, say it takes 10 minutes. We'll go like 10 minutes to run a Blight map. Okay, so you get 6 done in an hour. You do like maybe 3 or 4 hours of farming a day. You'll have the boots probably in a few days. With the law of averages, I guess, I don't know. And then you have basically more oil in that league than you're ever going to use for like multiple characters. So maybe it's just worth farming the boots. Plus the other thing that's cool about the boots is you do get a second anoint. I will say that. A second anoint is pretty powerful with Stampede. We use it to get double curse until we get the chest. So you never saw the boots? Yeah. To me, they sound pretty rare, right? Like I haven't run Blight as much as other people, but I've never seen those things drop. You use Sunder till you get Tectonic Slam of Kata for GC that is. I actually updated my POB, Hama, and went back to Sunder simply because we are not scaling Ellie damage and Sunder actually sims better. So Sunder all the way. Oh, we got it. We got the Eradicator, finally. Oh, that took forever. Yeah, no problem, Hama. Thanks, Narit, for the sub. Okay, so let's go ahead and run these 4 conch maps, do our Elder, get our frag, do our Uber Elder, and that's a Void Stone down. Let's pick one of our 9 constrictor maps because, you know, we have so many. These are fine. Carl. It might be harder if we Maven Witness them, but if we Maven Witness all 4, we can run the Maven thing with the 4 bosses. And that will probably give us a couple frags towards Maven too. So we'll go ahead and do that. This is going to make it a lot more harder, but the new Orb of Horizon is going to go hard for that. Yeah, it's going to be so good not having to deal with that. There's so much quality of life they've added in 3.26. Just the fact that you'll be able to pause your screen when you got to allocate a skill point when you level, and you have to worry about something killing you while you do that in a map or a zone. It's pretty big. Get the power to do it. Maven witnessed Guardians, yeah. We should be okay, I guess. I don't know. The less recovery rate of life and energy shield is kind of tragic right now.
Brother or strangle. Twin terrors.
Oh yeah, our damage is more than enough. We're solid.
Time to up the stakes.
Actually, screw it. Let's do Delirium. Testing the build out. Seeing what we can push, can do at this point. Lagging. Let me check my internet real quick, guys. Bit suspicion to why it's happening. I'm gonna adjust something on my internet real quick. Give me a sec. I just got a notice from my ISP. We are currently undergoing routine maintenance. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, just let me guys know. I saw some packet loss. Yeah. Still bad for you guys right now? Is that nope as in the lag has stopped, or nope as in you're still having issues? Yeah, better today than Friday for sure.
Medium cluster jewel.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I noticed when I looked at my at Streamlabs that there's some like slight packet loss, frame loss going on. But Rise Lotha's coil be feasible item for this build? Yeah, coil is great for this build. It's just going to be expensive. This guy is going to be kind of rippy. Oh, you like the transmog? Yeah, the MTX is pretty solid, actually. Yeah, this is gonna be a little rough, guys. Our spell block is terrible, and I think he's the worst one. for this build, probably.
Stop and hold. Life is so brutal. Take this vitality boost.
It's also a little bit harder because we are Maven witnessing right now, so
Amount of my mind. Life is so brutal.
I hate this boss so much for melee. Yeah, it's pretty annoying. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
Amount of my might. Take this vitality boost.
He gets that vitality boon too, so he's essentially just regenerating his life. Yeah, it's rough.
Amount of my might.
Alright. We at least got him to the third phase. My flash situation is pretty ridiculous right now. Oh, that's right. All the new bosses are going to spawn in because we're still doing destructive play. It's going to be rough, guys. Not going to lie.
Mortal flesh is so fallible. Amount of my might.
Try to call these guys down. Alright, let's see if I can call him. Ooh.
Be healed and fight on.
No, Cole! 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 He's regaining life from vitality from Maven.
Mortal flesh is so fallible. Amount of my might.
Dude, just die already. Finally. Maven Witness made that way harder than it needed to be. Yeah. Yeah, they suck. Okay. It's 2 down. We got quite a few maps on that, actually. And then we got another Eradicator. That's funny. Trap and mine damage. Don't care about that. GG's. Thanks. I mean, we are rolling these with some mods on them too. Some mods, Maven Witness. It's a little rough. Thanks, Mike. Toxic Sewer, the quintessential Cyclone map. It's like the perfect map for Cyclone, RF, Blade Vortex. Any build that's a circle, basically. Thanks, Blood, for the follow. I'll see you for the sub.
Or the smallest piece of shit.
Oh, I love this shrine.
That's worth something.
What's your thoughts on Sunder of Kratos? I'd like to play it and see how it feels. Not quite sure yet. I haven't actually looked at the gem changes today. Because I was at work, and then when I got off work, I came home and pretty much hopped on stream, so I didn't really look at anything yet. I'll probably browse a little bit tonight before I go to bed.
Approach, challenger.
Spin, spin, spin. Take this vitality boon. Man, I wish our flasks were like nicely rolled so we got charges on hit and stuff. This is unfortunate. Not having our flasks up right now. What's up, Jiggle? How's it going? Just doing some boss map frag farming so I can do Elder than Uber Elder.
Give yourself to the void. Time to up the stakes.
I wasn't even using my General's Cry, that's funny. It was just Cyclone. It was just pure Cyclone.
Give yourself to the void.
Okay. Let's see here. Should be our last one that we need to do another Elder. Nice, nice. I call perfect Watcher's Eye coming up, dude. Could you imagine if we got a double Pride Watcher's Eye? If we got a double Pride Watcher's Eye, that would be insane. So, you didn't see it Jiggle if you just came in, but we got an Awakened Melee Fizz earlier, and I got an Immortal Flesh, which is huge damage reduction. We always love the chromies. Look at this Giga Soul Eater, dude. What is this thing? You guys see this thing? Oh my god. This thing is cracked, dude. Look at this thing, it's ridiculous. Dude, that's funny. Damn, that's nice, but if that Swatch Ride came up before League starts, I'd actually cry. Dude, tell me about it. That's like all my luck if that happens. 2 Soul Eaters in a row, what are the odds? 2 Soul Eaters in a row. Yeah, seriously. See you, Jiggle.
Give yourself to the void. Twin terrorists! Life is so brittle.
Okay, let's go.
No resistance. Flesh is so fallible.
Innocence is a little.
It's just a useless piece of shit.
Oh, gotcha. You guys having issues again? Oh. Back. Yeah, sorry guys. I think my ISP is like doing some maintenance, and so it's just like unfortunate right now. They didn't really broadcast that they were gonna do anything. Yeah, it's kind of shitty. Well, good night, Mike. Thanks for stopping by again. Alright, time to go fight Elder and then do Uber Elder.
Long day.
Oh, we have the Twisted too. I guess we could run this real quick. That's how the Mega Juice maps look on toasters. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm seeing almost 1% dropped frames, which is pretty large. Alright, let's go ahead and knock out this Twisted.
How's the trade?
Just gonna do this. I don't know if I can actually do this. This may have been a bit too much for my power level right now.
Twin terrorists! Struggle, strangle.
This may have been too much for my build. We'll see.
Take this vitality boon.
I gotta try to burn them down as quick as possible. Or all four of them are up. Otherwise it's gonna get pretty rough.
Take this vitality boon.
Yeah. Once all four of them are up, it's pretty rough.
Twin terrorists!
Yikes. This may be too much rippy for us. GGG came out and said each mercenary counts as half a player for the purpose of monster difficulty and loot drops. Does that mean they just count as a player for the link mastery? I don't know, Hama. It's an interesting question to pose. I don't know if they would be able to answer that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this might be too much. We reached too far to the sun on that one. Probably shouldn't have rolled it. We should have just done the base one, but it is what it is. Okay, let's go do Elder. Then we can do Uber Elder. We're not gonna witness this. We don't need to. Take a bit of a look, and according to Crouch Tuna General Calculator, you can reach your wanted breakpoint by dropping auxiliary quality to 4%, taking the 4 Y-Cry CR nodes, which you got points away from you on a level 90 POB. What does the breakpoint get us? Does that get us like 3 attacks on average? Ah, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, once we get Uber Elder down, we'll take a look at the POB. Damn.
To me, exile. To me.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Never lucky. Alright. I guess I'm still new to this, so maybe missing something. Boy, what's up, Derp? No, I gotta look at the Warcry duration and see stuff, yeah. For sure. I think that's actually the one we wanted. Okay, so we can go run Uber Elder. Let's see how this goes. New season starts. New season starts on Friday. Blew my class early. That's not ideal.
I'll do something.
Well, that's not a great way to start. This is going to be a little rough because I don't have any spell block, and I did at the point that I did this on my last character, so this could be rough. Yeah, when Exarch throws his shards out, it's pretty rough. Yikes. Nah, I don't know if we can do this. I don't know if I have this spell block. It's rather unfortunate. The thing about this fight is it gets harder as the fight goes on. And we've already wasted so many portals. Yeah, it's rough. I think this one might be cooked, guys. Ugh. Maybe. Yeah, I think we're cooked. We only got one portal.
Oh, go.
Yeah, I don't think we had the spell block for this, fortunately. Oh, nope. Yep, it's cooked. It's cooked. Yeah, I think before you do this, you really need to have... I think you need to have enigmatic defense. And we probably need to be in versatile combatant. Because, yeah, our spell block just isn't great. That would have helped a lot. I wonder how we fix that easily. 3 violets.
God's warmth.
This is the Cosmic Turtle Hideout game. Yeah, I think you dropped the life block for the life mastery, because we're Slayers, so we have the leech. Yeah, when I did this on my first test character, I had a 6-link and I had... Although I have 2 5-links, so that trumps the 6-link. I think it's the spell block. I just need a way to mitigate those random spells, like from Elder, who was chunking me so hard. Not essentially, I was like taking all those hits constantly. We will run this. See if we can get some anoint enigmatic events. This will give us 8 more spell block. We still need more like block though. We really need a roomies. Without a roomies, it's hard to scale the block on this build. Yeah, how much... my problem right now, I think, is not instilling orbs. It's that I just don't have the glass blowers, bubbles. I need, like, what, 20 of these to roll my flasks? Was that actually a doorway? What was that? They're just there for fun? Okay. Yeah, this is fine. Removal of Glassblower Vendor was rough for SSF indeed. Yeah.
Blight is trying to spread. Blight is trying to spread.
Is that Zeri drop Rumi's concoction? I didn't know if that was is that a thing?
Branching exile.
A worthy opponent.
The blight is trying to spread.
Interesting.
Branching exile.
Very interesting.
Put out new mycelium. Ugh, new roots.
Poison though. Oof, it's rough.
Put out new mycelium.
Oh, I don't know if I have it in me to farm up a whole another set for Uber Elder tonight. It's a lot of mapping.
It's branching exile. It's trying to spread. It's just trying to spread.
Nice. Yeah, I'm pretty hyped for Friday.
Scouring. Orb of scouring. Orb of scouring.
Oh, those puzzle blocks.
Orb of scouring. Oh, a fossil.
Yeah. Pretty nice drop, right? Yeah, no problem, Johnny. Hope you have a good time with it on Friday. This weekend.
Start there. Jump orb. Orb of regret. Orb of regret. Chaos. Orb of towering. Val orb. Hi, T-Rod.
Weird, I can't see other people's messages. That's interesting. They're on Twitch, I think, Jiggle, is the issue.
I believe in treading light.
I like your loot filter. Is it just a regular filter blade? It's altered a bit with some sound files and whatnot, mister. Yeah. Watch that be a mage blood map. Sybil's paw? Yeah, I'm streaming on both right now. Oh yeah, no problem, Jiggle. What do my oils look like right now? Yeah, it's unfortunate. Those new strand items, they only drop from the strand influence maps. Do we know this? I think yes, I think so, but I'm not like gonna say 100%.
Orb of scouring. Orb of regret.
Thanks, Jiggle, for the follow. Yeah, you like doing it on Twitch, huh? There's a lot of mana pressure early. So there is, and the way we work with that is when you go to Cyclone, you're going to already have this mana cluster here, and then as you're leveling up into your 40s, you're going to pick up Cannibalistic Rite to help with the mana pressure on your way to Resolute Technique. YouTube kills the quality, yeah. You know, it'd be great if I could roll that General's Cry implicit on the boots. That would be just fantastic. Can't get that thing to land, man. It's so frustrating. It's General's Warcry does, I think, more damage or has increased buff or something. Let me sim it real quick. General's Cry has increased cooldown recovery, yeah.
Trying to spread.
Oh, thank you. Also, so is my other stuff. Okay, we're good now. Oh yeah, because I took the boots off to try to roll them. GG.
Put out you mycelium. New roots. Blight is trying to spread.
Thanks, Shiraki, for the follow.
It's trying to spread.
Hey, what's up, Derp, from you too?
Put out new mycelium.
Welcome, welcome.
New roots. The blight is trying to spread. It's branching exile.
Image is better on Twitch, it seems. Yeah, that's what someone else was saying. I believe, Jiggle.
It's branching exile.
Oh, rip. Took that to the face. Yeah. This is where I'm starting to get tired and just doing dumb things. The Warcry MTX does change what the summons look like. It's pretty cool.
Not let them reach the purification pump.
Chaos part. Synthesize silence. This needs to be worth something. Orb of the dress. Shiny, shiny. Shiny, shiny, shiny. Start deck. Start deck. Start deck. Scarab. Oh, Scarab. Oh, Scarab.
We'll do this Blight Ravage map next, actually. Well, we need to set up we need our annoyance on our rings before we can do it. Stand corrected. Otherwise, we're gonna have a bad time.
Transformers Prison. Transformers Prison. Transformers Prison. Start deck. Start deck. Start deck. Start deck. Fractured item.
Okay. What do we want here? Need one opalescent and one silver. And then we need one indigo and violet. Okay. Now we can run this map. Something like that is fine, I guess. Oh, we could YOLO corrupt it. That's a thing too. Cool. Alright. Thanks to Spunk for the follow. Much appreciated. Let's go do this map. Watch the Stampede drop, and that's like all my luck for the league right there. So if you guys haven't done a Blight Ravage map before, these can be pretty scary. We're essentially going to try to let the towers do all the work for us and sit back. You scope out the area, and we're going to have our chilling towers will now freeze enemies, and our meteors leave burning ground, which damages all mobs to include fire mobs. And we're looking for like a decent choke point, but we don't want to be too far away from the pump that the towers aren't doing their thing. But I guess for the sake of just starting this, we can put this here, put a lightning tower and a flame tower. I'm gonna start it up. Did the tower rage thing get deleted? Because if that's the case, then we can build pretty far out. Okay, if they work off screen now, that's pretty good. Yeah, you just want to be careful because these guys can be pretty tough to kill. And yeah. So this is going to be a nice choke point right here. So we can do something like buff here, fire tower, chill tower. Yeah, this song is good. Oh, I see, we got some frost mobbies here, so slow them down with this, hit them with some more fire. got 3 bosses down there essentially. Gotta worry about these lanes now. But here's a good place for Empower, buff fire, ice.
Branching exile.
Slow them down. Gotta get to the pump hopefully.
Do not let them reach the purification.
Oh yeah, we got ice guys getting through. I'd be too tired to be playing this game right now.
Light is trying to spread. It's branching exile.
Yeah, see these guys are like freeze mobs. It's unfortunate. That might be the pump. Yeah. Rip. Not worth choosing freeze tower upgrade. The problem is a lot of those mobs were from freeze towers, so they just ignored the freeze. I probably should have laid down like one of the strength things over here to also stun them. That was kind of unfortunate. Taking a lot of L's the last hour has been a lot of L's. It's wearing on me a bit. Yeah. Yeah, those tower spawns were kind of unfortunate, is what it is.
Put out new mycelium. New roots. It's branching exile. Put out new mycelium. New roots. Blight is trying to spread. The blight is trying to spread. mycelium.
Ooh, I stood there and took that. Rough. Alright, there we go. Trying to get those towers set up real quick.
Blight is trying to spread.
Alright, I think we've got pretty good coverage. We got the bottom left here spawning that we gotta take care of, and then I think we should be able to sit back on this one.
Do not let them reach the purification pump. Mycelium. New roots.
Got to the pump. Wait, what? Must have been some of the ones that like charged through.
Put out new mycelium. New roots.
It's this right here. Okay. What the heck? How are they getting through here? Okay, now I think we can sit back and relax on this one. That boss is getting kind of close though. There we go. I'm doing Blight right now for oils. It's good money on it on trade too. It's not a bad way to make currency, but mostly I need oils right now, so I'm farming Blight on SSF.
Gem covers prism. Fractured item.
Speed the Blight counter button. Yeah.
Cha-ching.
Would be nice, wouldn't it?
Orb of regret. Orb of regret. Orb of alchemy. Val orb. Cha-ching. Chaos orb. Regal orb. Regal orb. Stack that. Stack that. Stack that. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Orb of fusing. Cha-ching. Mighty round. Cha-ching. Stack that. Orb of fusing. Orb of alchemy. Orb of alchemy. Oh, cha-ching. Cha-ching! Splinter! Incubate! This piece of shit. Gem Cutter's Prism! Gem Cutter's Prism!
Highlight ring. Gauss ring. Wow, I must have screwed this up way earlier. So yeah, we've been using a 4-link, not a 5-link on our Cyclone. I'm an idiot. I've had Flesh and Stone in my 5-link as opposed to Brutality. Yikes. That's pretty embarrassing. That would explain damage loss. That's funny. That's actually too funny. Pro player, right? I've been basically playing with one hand behind my back this entire time. That's too funny.
Probably pick that up.
There's probably just the little bit of damage I needed to kind of make up for my bad playing on the Uber Elder earlier. Ooh, critical strike chance for attacks, that's nice. So I had my Flesh and Stone right now, which I'm just gonna move over to my staff. I had that sitting in my 5-link for Cyclone instead of Brutality for like, I don't know how long today, as I was swapping gems around. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? explains a lot for today. Definitely explains a lot. It's the strategy I'm using to generate boss maps. So you do destructive play with Maven. Maven witnesses the boss that you're killing in a. So what you do is you clear the whole bosses. Boss maps when they.
Cha-ching. Oh, scare.
Oh, that's too funny.
It's a class. That's a class. Hi, T-Row. What's it on? Cha-ching.
Look at the damage increase now that I have a 5-link Cyclone. That's actually crazy. I've basically just been screwing myself over all night. I actually feel pretty defeated about that. I probably had that Uber Elder kill. I just like severely screwed my damage.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. No, I didn't fix my spell block chance. I'm just going back to farming boss maps now. I just realized that I was basically playing with one less gem socket than I should have been, and like severely doing way less damage because I wasn't like thinking and looking at my gear. It's actually very frustrating because that Uber Elder kill probably was going to be a kill. I just needed more damage. Like, the spell block would be nice, but honestly, I should have enough damage at this point that I can just, like, kill Uber Elder. And, yeah. Not having your 5-link setup will do that.
Oh, scare. Hi, T-Row. Cha-ching. Take the stop. Oh, scare. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Oh, Scarab.
Yeah, because essentially my General's Cry is a 4-link, right? And I was running my Cyclone as a 4-link, so basically I was doing everything on 2 4-links. So it kind of actually shows you, like, even more what you can do with the build. But, like, I really wanted to get at least a 3rd Void Stone before I call it quits tonight. And I'm honestly very upset with myself that I screwed that up. That should have been a kill. Like, the fact that I have to farm all these damn maps now is just ridiculous.
Divination card.
Because I didn't check my gear.
This piece of shit. Orb of Revenge. That's a fast. Cha-ching. This piece of shit. Orb of Scouring.
Put it in the POB notes. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, mister. Yeah. We're all human. It's just I, like, was like, oh, I get, you know, my 3rd Void Stone and wrap up the stream for night, and now I feel compelled to, like, redo this stuff to try to get it before I go to bed.
Life is celebrable. Take this vitality room. Feel death's pull. Be healed and fight on.
This guy is kind of annoying because he jumps around so much, it's kind of hard to get our General's Cry minions to spawn and attack him. We move too far away from Desecrate, they just won't spawn.
Mortal flesh is so fallible. Be healed and fight on. Time to up the stakes. Give yourself to the void.
Five. That was a lot of 6 sockets.
Lots of flags. Divination card. Hi, T-Rob. Hi, T-Rob.
Keep this vitality build.
My spirits are spent.
A veil of safety and security. Countess. Take this vitality boon. Grip of the infinite. A veil of safety and security. Tight tippers. Time to up the stakes. Be healed and Life is so brittle. Grasp your mortality tightly. Feel your life drain away. Life is so brittle. Time to up the stakes. Feel death's pull. Mortal flesh is so fallible.
Life.
Long day.
Put on a good show. Mortal flesh is so fallible. Feel death's pull. Twin terrors. Handle this. Another challenge. Mortal flesh is so fallible. None resist my entropy. Be healed and fight on. Twin terrors. Life is so brutal. Feel your life fade away. What a spectacle. An impressive display of mass murder. Reap this bounty. How long will I be kept waiting? A cascade of pain.
I can't do this just yet.
Stand still. A cascade of pain. Warning.
Resistance will be punished. Time controls. Scary, scary. The most beloved toy.
My irritation is growing. It will not be an escape. Scurry, scurry. Do what I say. A cascade of pain. Stand still. A cascade of pain. Do what I say.
Death
Stand
made
still.
real.
A cascade of pain. There will not be an escape. Scurry, scurry. The prettiest piece makes the whole complete. Stand still. A cascade of pain. The prettiest piece makes the whole complete. Mine.
Death made real.
Stand still.
I can't do this just yet.
A cascade of pain. The prettiest piece makes the whole complete. Ow!
Stop resisting. Reality bends. Punishment inescapable. The most beloved toy. most beloved toy.
The prize piece comes to join.
My collection.
Stand still.
Pain will be returned tenfold. Space aligns. Behold my collection.
I will have what I want. Death will not be an escape. Scurry, scurry. Stand still.
Death made
Cascade of
real.
pain. Stand still. Why?
Resistance will be punished. Time contorts. Scurry, scurry.
My irritation is growing. Stand still. It will not be an escape. Scurry, scurry. The prettiest piece makes the whole. Do what I say.
Death made real.
The cascade of pain. Stand still. How?
Stop resisting. Reality bends. punishment inescapable. The most beloved toy.
Arrogant toy. Take this. This will not be an escape. Scurry, scurry. The prettiest piece makes the whole complete. Stand still. The cascade of pain. Take this. Stand still. It will not be an escape. Scurry, scurry. My collection is complete. A cascade of pain. Stand still. Take this.
Caretaker! To me!
It's just a useless piece of shit.
The living toy must enjoy our contests, for it continues to play. You and I should do this again soon.
Children are capricious, Nomad. Be warned. The memory of your sting will fade soon enough, and so too will her.
I wonder what my damage feels like now that I gutted a bunch of that stuff. For more defense in life, maybe? I don't know. Oh, I'm doing Maven Witness Elder. That's funny. Forgot to uncheck her. She gave him Vitality boon. Damage still feels okay-ish, I guess. It's not like awful. Dude, when she gives him the fucking life boon and he just regens all of his HP, it's fucking stupid. Giga gets back all of his. Can I make it? Yes. Got slammed. It's fine. I mean, why don't you trust it as a league starter, Cody? What's your issue with it? So you have to remember, I'm playing this in SSF right now with like less than par gear. If you're playing this on trade, you should have no issue getting, you know, much better stuff. Keep just getting myself killed to that slam he does. Alright, so damage doesn't feel too bad dropping those nodes. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, because I was able to hop on my other SSF character and do the Maven. It was a little rough, but... And that was still, like, SSF here. I think the problem with this character, in comparison, is I don't have the block to take some of these, like, hits. But respecking the tree should have helped right now, so we'll see. Well, I'm not feeling too great right now. I was hoping like I'd be able to get a third Void Stone tonight, but this build is the build's fine. I just like my gearing on this character is like all kinds of messed up. Plus I got Maven witnessing this guy and just regenning his health constantly. Should call him right now. There's a Watcher's Eye, so I guess there's that. Maybe the Fates will smile on us with something nice here. Oh, it's awful. Oh, this is actually interesting. Hold on. Vulnerability has no reservation if cast as an aura. Would I have to do like a vulnerability with blasphemy support? But I can't do... double curse right now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can't run Blasphemy with a curse and a mark. I think that still counts as 2 curses. I think I'm just gonna YOLO run these maps. I don't even care anymore. As long as they don't have monsters, can't leech.
One of my captives felt no emotion. He did not hesitate to inflict pain. Now, all he feels is intense, unstoppable agony.
Hopefully you don't feel that way about me, Burgon. Yeah. Oh, wow. I'm glad to hear that, Burgon. Gotcha, gotcha. And I really wish I just, like, that's the SSF life. Have another round of boss frags ready so I could just try this again. Oh, he's possessed. So this is gonna suck. And Maven witnessed. This could be rough. I'm going to drop a portal just because, you know, probably gonna die here.
This is the key to a crucible that stretches the sanity of the mind.
Stretches the sanity of the mind. Not on this build, Smoke, because we're scaling Fizz, not LE damage. Can I go with Champions of the Slayer? What's the biggest downside apart from damage? That is the downside. You'll be tankier, you're just not gonna be able to kill anything effectively. You're seeing me right now have to like make this. Granted, on trade you can buy stuff and do a lot more. I'm playing SSF right now, so. But yeah, I'd be very hesitant to start champion. It's gonna feel really bad damage-wise when you start to get, especially into like red maps. Probably not gonna be feeling pretty good at that point.
One of my captives refused redemption. He did not see value in me. Now,
We got the speedy buff. I am ridiculously fast now.
Let's check the blood guard. Hi, T-Round. Chaos Guard. Cha-ching.
That all was imbued with a childlike wonder and enlivening grace. They sought novelty from far and wide of their
Hi, T-Round.
Is this guy also possessed? There's no real guide video, right? Going into detailed leveling and progressing. Not like detailed leveling and progressing. There is a general like build video though. Yeah, this guy's possessed. You know, Maven Witness with them possessed is probably a little too much for me right now.
Divination card.
A veil of safety.
This guy's like giga juiced. Yeah, I don't know if we can kill him with fucking possession. Probably shouldn't roll possessed on these. Is probably the only thing I should actually avoid besides can't leech. That might be just a little too much right now.
Got my eye on you.
One of my captives wore many faces, yet kept her true face hidden. Now she cannot escape her true.
Start there. Oh, sure.
They cried out for the milk of the mother. Danced rapturously between the ocean suffocated.
Yeah, Sunder's simming better than Tectonic Slam. You know what, I should just turn Maven Witnessing off. I keep forgetting that's on. It does give me some extra Guardian maps. I just hate how she basically regens all their health. And I mean like all their health gets regened. It's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, see, be healed and fight on. Just regains her health.
life is so brutal. Give me a light, fareway.
This is the key to a crucible that stretches the sanity of the mind. One of my captives hid a beast within his heart. Now, shall
Just the useless piece of shit. Hi, Tino!
I recommend that you now do it in Act 3 and run General's Cry with Cyclone. It's a 2-3 links.
That's a fact. Oh, spare!
Fub Gun only wants to play builds that can get to like T17s on the first day, so that's not what this build is. That's why he ranks it the way he does. Yeah, this isn't, if you're trying to do T17s like on day 2 and do that kind of stuff and make like 30 Divine an hour, this is not the build for you. Yeah, it depends on what type of player you are. Some people want to be in T17s on day 2 and doing all that kind of stuff. That's not what this build is. That's like Volcanic, Poison Conch, Archmage, right? You can eventually get to T17s with this. It's just going to require investment. Yeah, I'm struggling right now to get my last 2 stones, but I think it's because this is like an SSF character, and my build does require you to have like, say a Roomies for instance, to scale your spell block and a few other things, and it's just, I did an SSF character like 2 weeks ago, and I got that stuff pretty easy, but I haven't had any luck on this character. I've been playing for like 5 days now, I still haven't been able to get a 6 link going. So this character, unfortunately, I think is just progressing slower than my other one did in my first test. I just haven't gotten the gear I'd like to get.
that stretches the sanity of the mind.
What Atlas strategy are you planning to do? It depends if I go trade or SSF. Yeah, like I'm having to do some janky stuff right now where I'm going completely against my POB, and I'm coming up here to grab spell block and stuff because like I don't have a Roomies. I can't scale my spell block right now. So I'm having to do some weird stuff to try to get some defense so that I can do Void Stone fight. I think this changes this though, right? Yeah, so this will change these guys. Yeah, I even swapped over to my first SSF character like 30 minutes ago and did a Maven kill. It was far easier because on that character I have a 720 Fizz DPS staff as well as a 6 link as well as spell block. This character doesn't have a 6 link, it has a worse weapon, it doesn't have spell block. So I'm having a rougher time right now on this guy simply because I'm not getting the gear at the pace that I was getting it on the other character in this like SSF environment. I hope the Forbidden Jewel, more than skill, is not that expensive as it was in Settlers. It may be. Very well, maybe, you know. Not quite sure how expensive it'll be.
Lead to a crucible that stretches the sanctity of the mind. I see. You belong here. Run along.
Would you ever consider leveling as a Peaconk Slayer and then pivoting to Cyclone? It would probably be quicker through Axe, Tim, you're not wrong. But I think I'm fine with like doing Cyclone, General's Cry. You know. Sad we can't play Starfall later, the unique looks so cool. Yeah, I have an idea for like maybe a Starcaller build, but I'd like to see the numbers on the ability first and stuff before. And it's crazy how much more damage that 6 link gives you when I was doing the 2 different Maven fights.
go unpunished. This is your final warning. Leave, or you force my hand again, little mouse. So, you've chosen to side with chaos. This is my world, and you shall obey.
I'm like way too tired to be doing this right now. Kind of funny.
They're coming.
Insignificant.
He's trying to recover.
Yeah, not to the POB. To this character, I'm trying different things because I'm trying to figure out its defenses. Because we don't have the stuff in my POB, and I didn't get lucky like my first character, I'm trying some weird stuff on this character to get it to a point where I can successfully just get some bossing done. Slight tweaking of the pathing on the skill tree. I actually did update the POB a little bit, so if you do the POB command or look at the description of the video, there are some slight updates. Oh, I got hit by a purple thing. haven't even used my general's cry yet.
These memories are mine. I cannot lose them.
They lie to you, Father. I'm your true memory.
To save the future, the past must be sacrificed.
Buy me some time.
Come to me.
Ooh.
Failure.
Those orbs just flying in on you as you're trying to stand in Zana to not die to all the other stuff is ridiculous.
What is this piece of shit?
Irrelevant.
Thanks, Dot, Young, and Johnny for the follows. My gear is terrible. My gear is worse off than my last SSF character. It's like entry level. It's like the first couple days of a league. I don't have 6 links. My implicits are wrong. My flasks aren't properly rolled. I've had a pretty rough go on this SSF character. I do have a lot of alts, so I could try to roll my flask properly now. Like, I really, really, really need Grant's hits. Like, I need this with armor. Need, like, gain charges with armor. Like, this is garbage. Yeah, no problem. Oh, wow. Okay, well, we hit the lottery on that guy. Let's try to roll this one. Oh wait, I should have kept that crit roll. Going too fast here. Yeah, it's a pretty big flask. Yeah, the GC setup is pretty strong. It's not great, I guess, whatever. Haven't logged in since September 24th. Damn. Time to log in, I guess. What are these rolls on these flasks? Holy moly, dude. First thing we work on for this build is getting a good 5 or 6 link war staff, right? Yeah, you really want a 6 link. I'm feeling that right now, more and more. Really, really, really want a 6 link. Guess they're slightly better. Thanks, Exile, for the sub. Then a Mage Blood. Yeah, that's right, Josh. Then we go Mage Blood. See what the flasks feel like now that we've re-rolled all of them.
Orb of alteration. Oh, Scarab.
Alright, yeah, flask uptime feels a lot better, so there's that.
Just a useless piece of shit. Divination card. Listen. Cha-ching. Fighting round. Cha-ching.
Thanks, Johnny, for the fall. jumping around is crazy. No, I'm playing crit right now. Yeah, I'm crit right now. Boss sucks. Is the 1 point for a 4th frenzy charge not worth it? It depends. You're not going to have frenzy charges when you're bossing, so if feel like the build has more than enough damage for mapping, and you should go for points on the tree that are going to give you damage all the time, not just when you're mapping. Also, the difference in Cyclone AoE today versus tomorrow is going to be huge. I keep forgetting you're in the you're in Europe, huh? So it's already Thursday for you. Or are you in the States on the East Coast? It's 11:30 at night for me, Pacific, West Coast, in the US. So when you're saying tomorrow, it's like tripping me up because I'm thinking, no, it's still Wednesday. Yeah, the AoE is going to be a lot better, for sure. Yeah, I thought maybe you were living in the future, you know? Yeah, AoE is going to be a lot better on the build, for sure. Build should be pretty good for ritual, right? I normally do a lot of ritual on mapping. Yeah, this build is really good with ritual. It's what I did to make money at the beginning of 3.25. Oh, we got a nameless seer. Maybe we get something crazy. Nope. Chains of Command is actually a crazy chest for a minion build. Hello, hello, finally caught live, 7:30 AM for me. What's up, Madman? How's it going? Gear is garbage. You usually play SSF? Actually, I don't. I'm testing this out to see if I want to play SSF, but I'm beginning to realize that, you know, my first SSF character, I had, at this point I had a 6-link, I had much better gear, I had a better weapon. This character's had a less successful couple days testing an SSF in terms of gear accumulation, and I'm beginning to feel it now when I'm trying to finish up my Void Stones. So you guys can actually rewind the VOD, but I went back on my first SSF character and successfully did a Maven not a while ago, just to prove that, like, you know, I was able to do it. This build is slightly weaker than my first SSF test like 2 weeks ago, and so this is showing me that, like, you know, there's a level of grind involved with SSS, because if you don't get lucky, you don't get that 6-link, you don't get stuff, then, you know, there's delay in your progress. If this was trade, right, I could just get everything I need. So this is what I'm seeing with playing SSF right now, is like kind of hitting a wall right now on this character, and I'm doing things to try to figure stuff out, but not having a 6-link at this point is actually kind of crazy. I'm tempted to try and 6-link my chest. I'm worried I'm gonna lose my 5-link. I may just try to 6-link this chest, and if this doesn't work out, I might just call it for the night for this character, because I feel like I need something to push the damage right now. I need a 6-link. So I think we're gonna YOLO this. The odds are not in my favor. But we'll see what happens. Can you run rituals with shrines on the Atlas tree though? It might be tight because rituals on the far left of the tree and shrines are essentially in the middle and on the right. So yeah, we're going Gamba right now basically. Probably gonna brick this chest, brick my character. I need something though to push this character right now.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
If this was like an actual SSF character on Shift Alt click to instant buy stacks. Oh. That's useful to know. Yeah, if this was an actual like real SSF character, I would never do this on my actual chest that I'm wearing, but this, I'm not playing this guy after today, so. Well guys, that might be it for this dude. Hit Shift Alt click. Shift right click, is that what it is? I'm shift right clicking and nothing's happening. If I shift left click, I get a stack. There's that. Yeah, shift right click doesn't shift alt plus click. Yeah, I still only get the one stack. Well, we 5-linked it again, so I guess we didn't break the character. Would have been nice if we could have 6-linked it.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
Yeah, I feel like I need something to push the damage further. It's just not working out for me on this character. Maybe a better staff. Kind of blew our stuff here. They have contempts. One yellow contempt, maybe. Rage. Oh, we hit T7 hybrid. Nah, it's not gonna happen.
Hail. A bit more stock. A small extra rune could have a bit of this. Quite messy. Shall I carefully applied rune I recently received? Allow me to take my runed hammer to this thing's tail end. Let's try to add more sockets to this, perhaps. Got a crate of feasting horror mandibles. I've an entire vial of black. Allow me to take my runed hammer to this thing's tail end. Can't get any worse, right? Consider yourself supplied and equipped.
So, see League start, Josh. What would you recommend for early SSF crafting on saves? Reforge physical harvest. That's what I'd recommend doing.
Don't drink the water. If we do, I've always got more. I've a feeling that I hammer on this thing. I recently received a full shipment of rare golden honey. Shall we a small extra room? What is the good to it? A bit more stock.
Yeah, I think I'm done for the evening. I think the plan for tomorrow is I'll probably post an update video on the POB, just going over some of the changes I made. And I think I'm gonna just take tomorrow off. I'll have to decide if I want to do trade or SSF for Friday. Yeah, so what I learned is I think to push this character, I think to push our build, you need to have spell block figured out by the time you start doing serious bossing. So if you're on trade, you just anoint Enigmatic Defense, you pick up a Rumi's Flask, and you use Versatile Combatant. I don't have that on this character, so I feel like that's hitting a wall a little bit defensively. Or you just play better than I do. Yeah, I'm gonna take tomorrow off. Probably post an update video on the channel, and yeah, see you guys Friday. I'll have to decide if I want to go trade or SSF. All my friends are playing trade, but I think I could showcase the build better by being able to actually gear it out and do things. But SSF is fun too, because then you can kind of like, you know, play against yourself in the game essentially. So we'll see. Yeah, thanks everybody for watching, for all the feedback, making the build better, and I will catch you all later.